not that track. That's a little better. Alright. Back to work on the game. Well, first the initial setup. Otherwise, back to work on the game. It's not going to work on itself, it needs my help. Until AI works on it for me, which it doesn't do yet. But if at some point I just go to sleep and AI builds the whole game for me, I guess I didn't really make the game at that point, so it's kind of weird, awkward, but hey. Maybe that's the future we're going towards? Probably not. That would make the AI the only game dev and me nobody. Set up. So all these streams are running. All 4 of them. Those all work. This works. That works. Hell yeah, I got it working the first try. I had to tell the Discord that I am doing the stream. Let's stream much wow. In all honesty, I probably should either start earlier or later for my streams. Like starting right now is almost a terrible time because it's really just in the middle of doing everything. I'm just kind of awake. I just kind of want to work on the game. I kind of need something to keep me here working on it, or I won't. Probably. That's set up. That's set up. Wait, I need to do that. Link in the chat so people can wishlist the game and join the Discord. I mean, hey, maybe they want to do that. Message in all 4 chats. Pin it in every chat. Not that, you know, many people ever show kick, but, you know, we'll see down there. And then, last thing you do, you thumbs up all your streams on YouTube, because apparently that helps. You wouldn't think it would. It seems dumb that it helps. It should auto thumbs up at least the stream for you, because you know they just assume you're gonna, I don't know, thumbs up your own stream. Makes sense. All right, I had to fix all these brushes. Was working on last time, and I have like 32 of them, and they're an optimization nightmare because, yeah. But how are you going to make stuff out of nothing if you don't use them? And your GP C5P, how's it going? Oh, it's the whole bottom one here? Trying to decide how I want my floor to go here because I'm running liquid through all these, like, you know, channels through here. I'm putting holes in this giant floor doing so. Because I have these negative brushes and I can move them around to, or duplicate them. Put holes in the ground. And I, don't know which ones I want to do yet. Once you solidify them, though, that's just how it is. You don't get to change them ever again. You must decide wisely. Yes. I also gotta move where this door's at. Even though technically there's just a giant thing behind it. Because no one's actually gonna go out that way. Probably. Maybe. If the game reaches that point where we, you know, I don't know, 20 hours into the game, need to go farther because I just need more content, we could talk. As it is now, nah, I'm good. I don't think I need more content than that. You set the negative or something? Oh, I've dragged a nav mesh bounds volume. I'm done. I require a geo brush, a box. View? Wait, do I have walls already that are fake? I think I do. They're already the right height, so I should just use one of those and save myself the time and effort of making a fake wall. Oh, would I convert them over already? Really? Oh, man. Well, wasn't I just being all industrious that day? How unfortunate. This looks like a wall. It most certainly is. Yay. Trying to figure where I was even at. Oh, it's right here. Why figure out the correct height when I can just cheat? 13.8, huh? Just wait a little bit so I can delete the one behind it. Why did I decide to build this and this height? Like, I should have just, you know, started with the basement and worked my way up. Instead, I'm like, nah, bro. I'm gonna start on like the 4th floor and work my way down. Now things are hard to see. Mistakes were clearly made. Sometimes you just gotta build a giant building out of geo brushes and then redo it over and over and over because it's not set up for gameplay yet. That's probably acceptable. I mean, I can probably move this over a slight bit and it's probably a little more lined up, I guess. Almost like maybe slightly wider. 2.1. No, don't do that. Actually, the green one needs to change. So, like 4.28. 4.28. 4.3. I don't want it to be too wide because I don't want it to go above here necessarily, but I want it to be. You can see that. Means I should also make the change here. I hate those fogs. They're so hard to click around. That should be fine. And then this isn't all the way to the bottom. This actually goes below that. Oh, I mean, I guess I could just put a black surface there or something to make it look like it's leaving and just say screw it. Because I don't want them to be able to see out into the nothingness. I wish I had only done this as a flat surface above and actually just did different walls as the bottom, and I might still redo that. But that's a long way ahead. I don't care that much. But in the meantime, yeah, that's just what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna, and I gotta resize this so it's not huge. I hate that it unselects the side every time I resize it. So annoying. Oh. That's such an optical illusion, like there's a hole there and there's not. That's weird.
The airship's shadow follows you. You're going the right way. Too long a stick is not the wall talks to me. It knows rockets and stars. Steve's been broken too.
Oh. Wait, it's called sewer entrance. Well, you're not the right height, are you? Yeah, okay. That's the problem. Well, if you fall in here, then you'll see through it. So I need to have an actual extra other one. Solve that problem. This actually doesn't reach the ceiling, or does? Looks like it does. I kind of want to put a circular hole in this one. Not that you're ever gonna get to go out of there, but you know. Oh, I can't really do that though because that unless I remake it. Well, I guess I can. I can just have a giant black surface there and that works the same. Oh, you don't want to do that. Sure. I just need a black surface, I guess, at that point. Or maybe like some sort of chain thing to stop it. Just some sort of grate, or just something that stops Pop from leaving. Fair enough. Oh, it's actually under environment. I put it all. Try to use all the same materials. Do this one. Hey Levi. Yeah, I'm often on late. I just, whenever I wake up in the middle of the night, I just kind of stream. I'd be a lot smarter if I didn't do that, and I just started streaming at, you know, normie times. The counterpoint, I, don't. That's it, that's my counterpoint. How's your day going, or night, or whatever it is? I guess night for you, since you said I was up late. I kind of want to have these in every one of the things so it looks like the water goes through. I'll have to stop Poppet from getting through. Somehow. Well, that wall's already finished, huh? Uh-oh. None of that. Mistakes were made! Why did I complete this all the way over? I have so many questions. Actually, just one. Why did I complete that all the way over? Maybe I just have it in this one spot because otherwise it won't work. I'll have to remake a bunch of crap. Good, we're gonna figure out art style for my game. Once the are done, it's enough to test it or not. That's my animations. Oh, fun. What art style are you thinking? Or what are the choices? Hey Sarah, how's it going? grab that one thing from the other room there and just drag it down here and recycle the same assets. Prevent them from going through here at all? Yeah, I'm gonna go grab that. You. Come here for a second. I've already done all this. Of course, that's a different shape, so maybe this might not be the best choice. Obviously, that size too is not the best choice, but I'm just saying. Or aren't we just huge? Migrate that to the side for a second. Barso, going for a dark, pretty stylized vibe. I'd have realism, big medium, it'd be scary enough for other people. Alright, alright. I can get behind it. I don't think this is what I'm looking for, probably. But maybe it is. Just kind of keep the theme here. Same material? Sure is. Also like this, I can have the goop. And then a different material for the goop. Yeah, it's probably better than this circular one. I'm such a fan of stylized stuff. I basically never play anything that looks realistic. Go outside. Yeah, go outside. Same thing. I don't want to be reminded of outside. I want to sit in my safe little, you know, cave somewhere and ignore the outside world. Also, with stylized, you don't have to... Like, people don't expect stuff to actually make logical sense. You get to get away with things. And in realistic stuff, you know, it's gotta like work like the regular world, but in stylized, no one cares. You can do whatever you want. AI viewers on Twitch, what a deal. Woohoo. That's cool. Have you told me what your game is at this point? Like, I remember I think you've talked about some stuff. My memory is also terrible, so that probably doesn't help matters. It would help if I probably ever slept. That's true. It would probably help. Yes. Yes, indeed. Probably would help. Do I like this better than nothing? I mean, I guess it does have something to it. I could also make my own. I have like the worst memory at this point. I probably should make this metal. Like some sort of a brass thingy or something. I don't actually need lights in these areas since you are supposed to have the world at this point anyway. Yeah, sure. I don't really stop links in anything. Because, I just don't click links if they're terrible, and I just ban people who, post advertisements for AI links. It's like AI viewers on Twitch. Yeah, those AI links. I don't care if people link to AI viewers to scam Twitch. I can't believe Twitch lets them do that. Wait, am I in that room? Seems like those should actually be there. Maybe I should do that. Well, these actually were not inside the sewer entrance, but I probably should add them. Or duplicate the crap out of them and end up all over the place. I guess they're not in anything. They're just perma-loaded? Awkward. Okay, maybe I might see how it looks with the other. I'm gonna have to redo this wall, aren't I? I hate it. I think I've just gone along and just redone every single thing, you know, using the same handful of materials. Listen, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. A lot of the game is just not, a lot of stuff just doesn't exist out there for what I need. It just doesn't. So you're just forced to have to do whatever it takes. I just want this material and I was too lazy to select it. You? Cancel. Cancel, cancel. Actually, I have a matted one. The matted one's probably better. You can bake the materials in there, and that means that it won't have the other material? I hate that I have to remake a bunch of walls now to put holes in them. That's the nature of the beast, though. I just need to put some sort of a thing to prevent Poppet from getting through if that's the case. Maybe like just some sort of a mesh or something over it. Yeah. Why in the world did I do this? I have so many questions. Mostly just the one, actually. No, thinking about it. Why'd I do this? Hard to say. Sometimes I just do things that make no sense. Like completely barricade off this thing that I specifically put there to be lined up with that in the first place. That's weird. Actually, why is this even here in the first place? It's apparently covering nothing. Huh. I'm gonna drag it all over here so I can still select the whole thing naturally and then move it. Because apparently it was just duplicated, but then nothing happened with it. Hey TX, how's it going? Just in time to see me decide I need to put holes in the wall. As any good person at 3:43 a.m. does. And maybe I'll just put holes in the wall instead. Like a cool kid. Imagine not putting holes in the wall. That's weird. I really do need to like stream either earlier or later and stream at the worst time. Like I start my stream at like 2 or 3 in the morning just because I can't sleep. It's like the worst time to start a stream. Be like the lowest possible viewership for anything. If I just started a few hours, like a couple hours later, I get all the morning people from the US and I get all the late night people from Europe. Maybe I have a drainage system only over here. And these rooms over here just don't have drainage. That work okay. Just assume they're flooding. Because you can't really have a way through this hallway with these giant door thingies, which I'm not sure I even like the door thingies. They're just kind of, they were just kind of there, kind of cool, I guess. So they're not really on anything, so I probably should have something underneath them or make them taller or something. I don't know. There could be a way out of here, though. They really can't, can they? Maybe make a contraption or something that gets the job done on this. I guess I could go through here. Am I doing like little canals? Well, not really canals, but just maybe he installed things so that there's a way for it to get to places where he wants it to go. Huh. I'm redesigning this whole area for so long, I'm sure. This is going to lead to this problem here. I can tell already where I'm just going to have to spend a bunch of time redesigning things to figure out where all the ways you're going to go are. Kind of figure out the lore of how things are going to go. And then change it all later because I come up with a better idea, you know, like usual. Yeah. Yeah, I do that. I do. Let's not pretend otherwise. We know that's what I'm gonna do. I need to create a thing that, you know, is an area that's only survivable if you have the world. But it can't be the thing that protects, you know, like the instant death areas. It has to be something else, like just the darkness. Cough, hack, wheeze. Damn you, game dev allergen. Well, like clients I recorded and they said to stay overnight. Just left. Taking the music part of the game. I appreciate that. Yes, I can just play it muted too, if that helps. I've taken to playing a lot of things muted now, and I don't even play trailers ever on my stream because, like, trailers for, like, any kind of Hollywood things, because they actually will visually copyright claim you. I'm like, don't you want people to watch your trailer? What are we talking here? I don't understand. Like, why in the world would you have a trailer that you DMCA? That is definitely the downside of streaming on YouTube. You don't get to have any content that is anything from anyone, but yet somehow people manage to have the reaction channels. What's a Madeline? Okay. What's his Madeline? They had a name thing. I hear the sounds, it's my replacing it with my music. For level, even though they're shitty placeholder sounds. That's fair. That's fair. Hear me out on this one. Sound matters. What people remember is like all the sound and music from your game is so much more memorable than you know, the game. Years later, people remember the music, will totally forgotten the gameplay. Weird. True though. Huh. Well, that's a little unfortunate. I'm going to move this over some. So it lines up with that better. Not like that, though. Yeah, this needs to be some kind of a mesh. This just needs to be longer. Kind of can't be longer. But it kind of can, too. I can just grab one of these and move them over. There's gonna be so many spines. Isn't this an unoptimized mess now? Oh my god. Why do I do this to myself? Seriously, why? It's a level of self-hatred, you see. I have no other explanation than self-hatred. At some point you just have to accept the truth. You just hate yourself, and that's why you do what you do to yourself. Is it like one? Is that... Okay, well, like one's where I need to be? Sure. It won't look perfect, but if I wanted perfection, I would be rich and just pay someone else to do it. But hear me out on this one. Not rich. I'm probably never going to get there doing game dev. There's definitely better choices for making money, okay? Seriously. Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it. Nah, game dev's fun. As long as you hate yourself enough that you don't mind making pennies on the dollar, it'll be fun. I'm gonna hit the restaurant real fast. I'll be right back. We'll stare at this for a second. Right. Alright. Back to adding in sewers. Because, you know, you have this wonderful liquid going on like that, and it's obviously terrible and everything like that. And the best strategy is just pipe it out into the sewers and forget about it. All the extra things like that. Let it flood the store? No. What could possibly go wrong if you just send it out into the rest of the city? Uh-oh. I'm just saying, uh-oh. Not like that's a bad life decision. Hey man, I have a setup for Poppet Quest 2. pretty simple. What happens when you send this out there? I'm not going to explain everything in the game at all. There's definitely things I'll just leave open to interpretation that may yet get changed later. Or like, it may lead to something later, like an additional game or DLCs or something. Or to lead to nothing, because, you know, if no one plays the game, like, nah, we good. Only gonna do it if people like the game. No one likes it. We'll all just forget that I made it and move on with life. I mean, the next game I make would just be based on, like, would use the same coding behind it and just improve versions. I wouldn't just remake all the code. I'm not dumb. Why would you ever do that? It's like, I've coded an entire game. Let's just throw all that out. Instead of just building new abilities and content and like enemies on top of, you know, the system that was already made. Like, what? That's efficient, right? Huh. Is this like rotated? Rotated? No. Is this wall rotated? Wait. Hello? I guess I could just put holes in every wall. Is that what I'm doing? Am I remaking every wall for this system? I mean, I guess it adds better lore to it if that's the case. Optionally, I can run it through this room that has nothing to do with it that's interesting. The problem is it has to be outputted through one of these rooms. And as soon as I do that, these little troughs here take a bunch of space. Also, these aren't even 10s. They're just like 1s. They're like short. I have to go through and trough all these things too. Make them all 10s. These are actually already all made too. Oops. They're not actually very well made though. They're kind of all over the place. So this one's actually just kind of all over the place. Oh, these are even still splines. Disgusting. What kind of an inept loser did this? I mean, I did, but you know, like, look at how off these are. Jesus, that's crazy. I suppose I should pick a corner and just build out from the corner and make certain everything is perfect like that. Because ideally, I just make the entire room have the, just be good to go. Like, which of these is matched up? Is this side already matched up? Because I want to match up the side that's already matched. Like, make it so just this one room is, you don't have to do anything extra for the floors. Because otherwise, it's just going to be like a bunch of different assets, and it's got to load the whole floor anyway. It's not like you're going to go, oh, I'm going to like H-load the floor over there. You're not doing that. You can see the floor over there. That's not going to happen. That's stupid. So you just turn it into one giant thing, so it just loads the one giant thing once, and you're done with it. Besides, the H-load system sucks anyway. Not very good. Yeah, I probably need to do that. I guess I gotta make certain this is the exact layout I want for this. I'm not sure it is. I just kind of made a thing one night. I don't know how many months ago. And never bothered to finish. And now they're all the wrong thing. But if I turn it into one giant thing, then I can just make these a depth of 10 and, you know, drag it downwards. Just like in here it needs to be done. The good news is I'll have the building very well laid out. Like the foundations of things, which is always good. Because if I don't lay out the foundations of stuff, it just leads to, well, nothing to build on top of, honestly. Kind of wish I built the bottom area first. I gotta make more machines too. Let's say I do this, and I guess I'd have to run it through here, but there's not enough space here to even fit one of these, is there? Because it makes a lot more sense that there's somewhere for everything to go. And it explains that this stuff is being used. I also need to replace all the blood with this weird black goo instead. Like I just said, yeah, I can just recolor those. It's not that hard of a thing, but. So how to get into this room, I guess, is the question. Also, you can just see out this thing here. I didn't make this tall enough. In reality, I should go through and change it up a bit so that there's like holes in it or something. But I'm not going to let you go into the sewers anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. You're not leaving the building. Not in this game anyway. Maybe in a later game we can talk, but I'm not leaving the building in this game. The game will never get done, okay? We're not doing that. No. No, you. It'd make more sense if it was going through like this room and then one of these side rooms. The only issue with that going through the side rooms is that there's it just eats all the space, so there's just a hallway at that point. And it could go through here, I guess. Really kind of want to look like it's just trying to do something useful. Like he's literally gone out of his way to make certain it does what he wants. I did not plan this building with this in mind. With this floor. To be honest though, early plans of this floor have been all over the place. You need only look back in the streams and see just how different things have gotten on the way. Okay, I think it's been improved along the way, so that's pretty good. Or there could just be one going into here, like it's just flooding this way. I don't know why you'd have a thing flooding to this direction. That's weird. Maybe it broke containment. It's flooding this area too. A flooded zone. What if the whole area is over here is flooded? Like, why stop at flooding one thing when I can just flood the whole area? That's true. Of course, what are the walls on top of too? These doors might not make any sense. Whatever. You're not supposed to be under the goo anyway. No, you. I hate those little fog pigs. They're so annoying. It's hard not to click on them. but they look so cool. I mean, optionally, like, let's say it goes into here. It could also go through both, I guess. It'd be awkward. I gotta remake a lot of walls if I do that. Let me think carefully about that strategy here, buddy. That's a lot of wall that could be remade here. Looks like I have to remake this wall either way, though, if I do that. No, pretty much less cement, totally. Next week. Tomorrow. Totally happening. I successfully clicked this little thing here to maybe grab the door and move it. No. Alright, you win. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, but I see what's happening. This hole in the wall. Yeah, we can't click that hole in the wall. This door is just impossible to click around. I'm just gonna move this over some. Kickstarter lets this worth millions? I like what you're thinking. That's kind of what I would have to do. I really should spend more time advertising and making stuff just better like that. I mean, I could easily get together a lot more money if I did that, and it's probably a good idea. I don't know, I want to have a pretty good idea of when this is going to release, and with all those health problems slowing everything down, that timetable is different now than it was, for sure. Sadly. Uploading animation looks rough right now. Let's focus on the system function first. That's fair. Well, drop me a link. And I will check it out. I need to get back into doing more advertising for my game again. I don't even have that many wish lists. I need to get a lot more going on here. Definitely thinking how I, don't do Kickstarter. Haven't been posting to X. I just haven't done anything. I don't know how many if I picked up any wish lists since then. I don't usually pick them up if I don't stream. I'm still at 258, yeah. A better trailer would probably help too. A consistent streaming schedule would help as well. Thank you for the Discord. Just that one. Check advertising AI art again. Do people still purchase art off people in Discord? Like, is that a thing? Because you do know it's just made by AI, right? Like, what are we talking here? It was made by AI. I mean, I guess this is the easiest one to go through. I could just go through this room here and then this into here. So again, this all the stuff on the side doesn't really allow for that. So it really needs to go through like these side rooms, I guess. Which means I'm remaking that wall, which means I'm probably remaking this wall. Optionally, if I put it over on this side, after moving that door over, I could run it into these rooms. Like I said, I could just flood this whole area. You see all these places that aren't even going to be things anymore. Man. All the ideas that never made it to, you know, any kind of fruition. So many tracks in this were ones I used that never led to fruition at all. Okay. That's weird that YouTube prevented that, because I don't stop links to my knowledge. I stopped caring after a while. I was like, yeah, just whatever you want. Get them down going. Jump it on the stream. Yes. See. I assume this is what women do when I'm not looking. Just all of them. They're just all crazy people who, you know, grab weapons and try to kill each other. Mm-hmm. Nice. Seems like coming along nicely. You definitely see the work that's been behind the system in it, for sure. And of course, you know, you have good poses for the crazy ladies, the ones that are just kind of leaning off to the side and all weird. Whenever someone does that, it's always good times. You know that things about to get real. For sure, for sure. Lots of weapons ready to go. That's a good comment on various other things too. Just thinking about it. I think about it mentioning. That's not what I want. Well, certainly not. This is what I want. Well, those are I was thinking about mentioning. Blocking out all the stuff. Yeah. It's actually a good idea doing the little door handle like that. Didn't think about it. We just do the cylinder there. I like that. Like, if hear me out on this one. What if your aesthetic was actually just like some sort of noir type of aesthetic? Like you see right here and everything like that, where you don't really see the details like that. You know, it's like some sort of creepy shadow coming after you in these dark alleys and everything like that. Everything's more of like a black and white type of 1930s type of feel. Yeah, like silhouette, yeah. And then you don't have to worry that much about detail because it's not what the model looks like so much as just the fact that it's this shape in there like that. And the unknown's pretty good. Lights like this, like if this was all dark around the outside of here in like the sky, and then this light was like the main illumination and you saw this in there, that'd be way creepier for sure, without having to do much at all. And obviously you probably have to put a little detail on them, sort of, but not as much, because, you know, if your game is mostly black and white, kind of in the darkness, that does kind of eliminate a lot of need for the extra detail. Just a thought. It's like that seemed just thinking that's going, this is good right here. Obviously, these are, you know, wouldn't be quite the same, but too heavy. I mean, if you look at the size of this versus her, there's actually no world she could actually wield this weapon. just saying. She would just be thrown around by trying to swing this weapon. Because she has, like, you know, little spindly arms. She's probably 110 pounds. This thing is probably like 20 pounds or something. Those little arms don't really carry all it. Yeah. Also, like, it's almost as tall. Like, probably goes from like her head down to about, like, you know, her thighs or something. Yeah. I mean, I'm not really one to talk because, you know, Poppet could never wield that hammer. This could just be a thing where they were, you know, they were having like a beauty pageant or something like that, and this one didn't win. Now she's trying to kill that one. Some vengeance thing. Poppet's working. Fair, fair. Hopefully she gets big, huge Popeye arms by the end of it. Nice. Popeye arms. He likes it. You see how she turned her head to the Popeye arms thing? Just saying. She likes it. Wonderful miss at this range. Oh no. Yeah, yeah. She looks like she's giant now, by the way. Just saying. It's the huge one. The boss babe, I guess. Yeah, yeah. They're coming from the woods. No, they're everywhere. True, all women look the same, apparently. You can tell because they all look the same in this. There are a lot of women who look like each other. It's crazy. You're like, wow, I can't tell any of you apart. That's wild. That's cool. See, this is what a proper horror type of feel is. My game does not have a horror feel at all. If you're like, it's a horror game? No, it really doesn't. Yeah, yeah. No, I think the noir thing might be interesting to try. Maybe. So you can still keep the red for blood and everything like that, just so it's, you know, shows off more. Kind of like I think Sin City did that. Yeah, yeah. I'm just making jokes about women who. Oh, don't know about that.
So as I've said many times,
Don't play any of those. You know, who all try to look exactly like each other, and then tell me that they're different. I'm like, I can't even tell which one's which. Which one are you? You all look the same. Why? We don't look the same. Uh-huh. No, you look the same. Kind of creepy. Kind of blood particles. And let's find the walls. Like, nice, nice. Yeah, yeah. Blood is good too. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Why are these here? I guess I kept those as like load bearing or something. But I was thinking a pretty solid foundation under there, so should be pretty good. I just buy a bunch of models that look creepy from the UE marketplace personally. Hear me out on this one. It depends on how many models you have in your game too, I think. Like if you have a huge amount of enemies, then there's no way one person can make them all. Like in my game, I'm gonna need the least possible models, probably at least like 50 different enemies between the bosses and the regular enemies, maybe more, but at least like 50. Don't forget NPCs. That's a lot for characters. Let's not even talk about the rest of the models in the game. So definitely all about how many models did you need. That's fair. I find it's best to focus on the things that make your game unique. Like I like to make my own characters for the important characters. But when it's like, you know, enemy like 4B, you know, I don't care about that one. You know, like it's just another random enemy as much. Like, because if I divide my attention on everything, then I end up with a bunch of low quality stuff. Because there's only one of me, you know. It's just like, but you know, your main character is like, that's the front of your game. That is the face of your game. You want your main character to be unique to you 100% every time. Unless your game's a first-person game, then it doesn't matter. But if you're not making a first-person, which you're clearly not, yeah. Because you need something for people to recognize it's your game, you know? And a lot of people really don't do that. It's like, okay, but that's your character. That's the one. Like my character's cloth physics? Well, I mean, that's just the N-Engine Chaos cloth. There's nothing special going on there. Just me deciding that I wanted to use that. It's heavy, but it's good. Hey, Turbo Zoom, how's it going? I'm running goop through a building. There's no need to understand why I do these things. I'm just trying to decide the path I want for it to go. Goop. Yeah. You actually just painted on the model. I'm gonna do it for some other outfits later. Like, I still have to do it for the ghost form outfit that I currently have. I just got excited on building this area instead because I just like the aesthetic. I was having fun with it. But all you do is just paint portions of the model. I have a really quick method. I should show people the down and dirty chaos cloth trick that I do to get it done real fast and get it done passably well. Not like perfect. I mean, I went and redid her a bunch so that she has, like, you know, her hair still does dumb things, so it hits collision in funny ways, but you know. I had like, oh, ghost form thingy for her, and I haven't done this outfit yet. Might change the outfit around too, but she had a ghost thingy in the other one. I brought it back, but this doesn't have the physics on her dress at all. Her hair is done separately, so I could just put her hair on whatever I want. So I'm gonna have to redo that. Thankfully, I put things slits in the side so I don't hate myself too much. Because, you know, one thing I've quickly learned with Chaos Cloth is that you want to have dark clothing underneath because it likes to bleed through. It's really difficult. Like, I'm gonna redo her tights to be, you know, basically as black as possible. Because that's how I did it on the other one too. It made it where I was like, okay, cool. Now I don't have to worry about as much bleed through. To be fair, like, her dress is also black too. Like, again, like for the regular outfit. Because it's difficult to predict. Most people just put bones in the thing like that and they just move the bones around and they have barely any movement. But here, if you look, I mean, she has dark tights too and dark underwear as well. So this way, you know, it doesn't show up as much. Even then, I spent a long time messing with it, and it still bleeds through a bit on this side too, to this day. I gotta mess with her hips a bit again, the collision on them, see? Also gotta fix the model because there's that little bit back there that's messed up. I hate myself for that. I just didn't notice that when I was doing it. No, that's just... I'm just using the game animation sample packs movement. It just auto does that, I think. Unless I programmed it ages ago and forgot. They probably did it. To be 100% honest, they probably did. I was looking at there's a one for 5.7 that I might use. I'm not going to use the 5.8 one because it adds an extra 600 megabytes of animations that are loaded with your character. And I'm like, no? I don't even like the movement in the other ones that much. But the other one has better physics for it, for sure. Like, it's got all these weird shove physics and everything. It's really nice. Except for that it's 1.8 gigabytes added to the size map of any character that uses it. That's a lot. That's like too much in my mind. I did do a head rotation with the other animation thing though, because at one point Bugaboo was doing that. I'm slowly putting in every single thing that existed in the RPG Maker version of this game. It's all coming back. There were some good ideas in that game. It's just the engine was trash. It's the price of nobody. RPG Maker's a terrible engine. I need to make a video. Lessons I learned. Use the engine for what it's intended. All my game dev mistakes. That'd probably be a funny video. These are all the dumb things I've done doing game. And I really want to flood this area that way too instead. I kind of just had it where things were like that, but it would make a lot more sense if these areas were not flooded like that. I was supposed to be removing brushes, and yet here I'm adding them. Oh, going good. How are you? I guess I missed that. Pretty good, Turbozen. Was just chatting in the other chat about, you know, cloth physics and everything like that. And yeah, I'm making my game. You know, have a lot more issues, I guess. I don't know. I'm doing what I'm doing. I've just decided the game needs to. I need to redo all the walls so I can put a little sewer thing in here. Because pure self-loathing. Yeah. But if you're going to be a game dev, you need to have some amount of self-loathing. If you don't, well, doing the wrong thing. Trust me, you're doing the wrong thing. Nah, it's fine. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't fun. For all the jokes I make about it, I wouldn't do it if it wasn't fun. They're not doing it for the money. I need to actually spend more time flipping cards online and make money, actual money, instead of doing this. I've been slacking. So much money to be made. I was talking to people who actually liked money, and they thought it was crazy. I'm like, it's fair. You're not wrong. Wait, are these raised up for some reason? Is this the thing? Are these just like floating in the air? No. They're just like, you do what with your time? Do you hate yourself? I'm like, kinda. Like, okay, well, that's fair. Like I say, a little bit of self-hatred goes a long way in the world of game dev. Well, I can't go through this wall, so I'm not sure why I'm even going into this room. Because I have this in the way. I technically have all this there too, so... where could I run this through? I mean, I could get rid of this stuff if I wanted, remove one of them. Are you a giant thing? I don't remember. I put this here a long time ago. Oh, you're just huge. Oh, you're a spline. Oh. I spline everything. I don't know why I do this. To be honest, I'm not sure how that's even going to play out gameplay-wise. having things like this, and then I have to have the enemies get up here. Unless I spawn things down there that attack the player or something like that. That's true. This can't go that way. It has to go through here. And then maybe into this room. I make my life a lot easier if it just goes into this room and then this just goes like through here, and I just make the assumption that there's like a hole in this wall. I could remove one of these side ones. And then run it to this wall here, and then through this wall. It would make sense why it was in this room then. Unless it was just flooding certain rooms and I didn't bother to put troughs anywhere. Maybe I just do that. Maybe I just assumed that, you know, he put a drain over here because it was filling up the area. He only gets here. Definitely been ages. Oh my god. Pretty much like, you know, since the dawn of time. Been that long. Oh my god. Back when the first game devs crawled out of the primordial goo. Working? Yeah, pretty much. Some guy dropped off. It's like 180. No, it's not 1,800 cards plus or something like that. I didn't bother to count it. I didn't count them. He's like, I don't know what any of these are worth. I'm like, all right, well, we're figuring out what each thing's worth here. Find out the cheap crap, the marginally cheap crap, and the stuff that's actually worth grading, and then grade all these cards. I think I only had to grade like 500 or 600 of them. It wasn't too bad. They were good. Pick up a collection and I think it took me about 6 hours and I made about 1,100. Which makes you question why I don't just do that, doesn't it? It's boring as hell. But I can easily invest $100 an hour if I do that. Or I can invest $1 an hour if I do. I don't even make $1 an hour to a game dev where you can don't make $1 an hour. Make $1 for the stream, I'll be in shock. It's so true. Magic the Gathering cards. I don't actually know much about Pokemon. Like, I know I've seen people play it. I don't understand the market for it very well because I was never a player of Pokemon. If you don't understand the market for something, it's not usually best to invest in it. Besides, I can't even afford all the Magic investments I want because there's so many options that I don't need to invest in something else. I understand Magic very, very well, though. So much so that I've lived for 8 years off just investing in the game and nothing else. Even paying for all my health problems and not being able to work for large portions of time. What a great game. I don't know about playing it, that's kind of weird. But hear me out on this one. What if you just don't play it? You should make money off it instead. Nah, I took up playing it recently again because I realized I could get more trades that way. I was like, you know, hear me out on this one. Wait, what did I delete? I don't know. What if I just got more trades? And I do, and it's like, okay, a good system. Yeah, it was the first collectible card game. It predates Pokemon by quite a bit. And like it got started in like 93. And it's been going strong ever since. It's a multi-billion-dollar game, so, you know, just saying. I actually don't know how much they make, but between all the stores and everything like that, there's billions of dollars in the market, for sure. I only need a small slice of that pie. I could get a bigger slice, but instead I do game dev. Let me tell you about that. Not a good plan. Yeah, if you're in the US specifically, you can make a lot of money off Magic. If you're In other countries, I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh yeah, Athletic Community, yeah. MTG Arena. You can see it on the Epic Games Store and Steam for that matter. It's just play it. One of those free-to-play thingies, so, you know. You could check it out, I suppose. But I don't do the digital version because it's difficult to make money off it. There's like Magic Online, which is a really, really old client where you can actually buy the cards and sell them there, and you can technically make money off that, but it's kind of a dying game because the company that made it doesn't support that one. Instead, they use Arena as their main game. So I wouldn't waste my time getting into that market. Now, I like physical assets. Physical assets, you know, are inflationary as well. So, you know, while everyone else is losing money with their savings, I just collect cards and the cards go up while money goes down in value, so it's fine. A Star Trek one? Oh yeah, they're making a Star Trek one. It's coming out in November. I think November 23rd. I think I just saw it today. They advertised it well in advance. The most recent one that came out was The Hobbit. They do a bunch of crossover crap now. I like to joke that My Little Pony versus SpongeBob was how Magic was intended to be. And yes, there are actually cards for My Little Pony and SpongeBob, so I'm actually not making that up. I'm just being a terrible person now. But as for whether they're worth getting, they haven't spoiled the full set yet. Well, there you go, see? They're making the game for you, for sure. Maybe I don't flood this hallway. Kind of like the flooded hallway, though. Yeah, they're getting a lot of people in like that. Let's see, in the last couple years, they did Final Fantasy, Avatar: The Last Airbender, a couple different Marvel sets. One featuring mostly Spider-Man and one featuring just generic Marvel. Star Trek coming up. They've done things like, they've done mini little like pack for like Tomb Raider and Jurassic Park, and I think they've done 3 My Little Pony things, 4 Furby things for some bizarre reason. They just made a Hatsume Miku deck. She's got like 5 different mini products now. This is an entire deck for her. She's got like 6 products now. What else have they done? I'm blanking on all the crap they've made. They've made so much stuff. Fallout. I like the Fallout stuff. It's pretty funny. What else did they cross over? I guess you can look it up. Easy crossover. Oh, there's value in pretty much everything in Magic. Magic's not like Pokemon where, you know, you have to have the most pimp version to have value, though to be fair, pimp versions often do have a lot of value. Also, the things don't have to be near mint to be, like, super valuable. Ah, the complete list of Universes Beyond product. Let's play the universe. The hell is this? August 26th. 2026. Alright, what we got? We got... I don't need an explainer, okay? I'm not dumb. They did The Walking Dead, for sure, for sure. Final Fantasy stuff, I have no idea. I just wanted a list. The upcoming Star Trek, yeah. Hobbit. Marvel one that just came out. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I was trying to memory hold that one. I unfortunately just failed. Avatar: Last Ever. These are the most recent ones. Spider-Man. Final Fantasy. Deadpool had a little thing. Yeah, I don't need that. SpongeBob, there you go, it's time for that. Hatsune Miku, yep. I gotta get a bunch of these forests, and like there's forests and plains with Miku on them. Since I have Miku as one of the commanders, one of the versions of Miku. Hey, walking it cool. Another Marvel Super Drop, why not? They did Child's Play for some reason. It's actually kind of cool. Just I like creepy dolls, Ghostbusters, the animated one. Why not? Actually, this is definitely an animated one. Monty Python, yeah. Assassin's Creed, Fallout, Clue, Tomb Raider, Jurassic Park, Doctor Who. There was a Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth set previous to the other one. Animated Middle-earth stuff, why not? Dungeons and Dragons, Hunter Monk's Thief. Yep. Oh yeah, they collab on everything. Transformers. Yeah. Warhammer 40K. Man, I don't even know half these things, to be fair. Street Fighter. Fortnite. Yeah. You gotta have your Fortnite dance thingy. If you're not dancing Fortnite, what are you even doing? Arcane. Antitas Club. Nice. Alright. The little pre-con deck apparently has an infinite combo in it. People keep telling me. I have a bunch of them over on my... I have like a bunch of things. I have Tita Study and 3 of the Stola ones as well that are just sitting there open. Stranger Things. Fortnite. Walking Dead. I have a couple of those still over there too. I had like someone trade me like 13 of these things. I've been slowly getting rid of them over years. Is that all of them? I guess that was the first one, huh? Okay, well, there's all your collabs currently. They left out some though. This list is wrong. They left out a bunch of the secret layers because there's Furby ones as well. Let me see if I can find them. These are horrifying but funny. Horrifying because I had some Eldritch Horror ones there. MTG Furby art. It's all of them? Find them. That's not helpful. I want to see all the cards. Whatever the hell that is. Art Furby. Perfect. He'll do. Look at these horrifying things. This thing clearly eats souls. It's supposed to tap for mana, but look at that thing. That thing looks terrifying. It's also expensive. Well, not really. Actually, it's only like 1917. Actually, 1950. Oh, there's a super version that's $46. That's not that expensive. But look at these Eldritch Horror ones. The Eldritch Horror Furbies are hilarious. Like, what is this? It's a Kraken Horror Furby? Why did Furby let them make these? I mean, these are terrifying. I'm horrified of Furbies. Yeah. Actually, this is the most terrifying. Jesus Christ. What are we talking here? Like, what? This is a Furby thing? Pretty sick. Read the bones. Too, I don't want the cards. Another, like, Eldritch Horror Furby with tentacles and everything. Like, multiple eyes. Like, wow. But I think my favorite... Oh, yeah, this one here. That looks great for a Furby. Like, what? These things are horrifying. I like this one, though. Because all the might have Phyrexia was no match for this new cuddly threat. Supposed to be a battle arena, and they're battling giant Furbies. And these weird mechanized monstrosities where, like, it's this liquid metal that just infests people and turns them into these things, and they're having a problem with Furbies. The lore is beautiful. Yeah, those are all the Furby ones. There's only 18 of them, but actually there's probably only 3 different sets then, I assume. 3 different products for it. Still, 3 products for Furby. What the hell are we talking here? Like, what is this? Yeah, it's just... I think some of the other crossovers they missed. They missed a bunch of them, for sure. It's funny, all the dumb crap they have. Things with these secret. There's true. Oh, there's a full secret layer card thingy. Jeez. Oh. Apparently there's 2,711 crossover cards from just these secret layers. Including, apparently, they're doing He-Man. I just found that out literally right now. Because it's on the top. She-Ra, too. I mean, you know. Does this say Weatherlight Captain? Oh, okay, that's a good choice for them to pick that, for sure. This is a very popular competitive commander, so good choice. Good choice. We always pick waifu characters, so if they're like, I try to waifu all my characters, but you know, this character's already got a waifu card, so. Oh yeah, they crossed over with the Princess Bride too, by the way. You curious? I haven't watched it yet. I was never a fan of He-Man, so I didn't care. Yeah, that's it. There's actually a bunch of these guys here. More Hobbit stuff, sure. These are secret layers. These are special parts where you pay for like 6 cards and you'll pay like 40 or 50 bucks or 100 bucks or God knows what it is. Whatever they want. Breakfast cards for the Hobbit. Okay. All the Hatsune Miku stuff that just came out. And this deck was $140 out the door and sells online for like $500 now or something. And it came out 3 weeks ago. I gotta get these forests and plains. I'm just gonna trade. Have my thing. Stardew Valley. I want one of these treasure tokens. It's got a hot chick on it. That's what I wanted. The pumpkin. Somehow that's a treasure. I pick cards that are either really badass looking or waifu. Those are the two things I like. I'm an art guy. If it's one of these two things, I'm down. I'm obviously just getting totally sidetracked here. Another Stardew Valley. Why not? This just looks like just a regular Magic one. Fair enough. I guess you could put things in the universe. Spinner rack specials. It's on my mouse. Okay, I gotta plug. I mean, I like the squirrel thingy. Squirrels are terrifying. Who doesn't like squirrels? Bunch of those there. Cats of Chaos. That's right. It's just cats. That's actually a terrifying cat picture. Jesus. I love it. Horrifying. Utopia Sprawl. Cat just rolling around on the city. Cove's Journey. What is this? I don't even know, man. Like I say, they missed so many crossovers. Who are we kidding? Felix the Cat? Sure, why not? Felix the Cat looking terrifying. Which is familiar? This... I don't know what this is. What this? No. If someone recognizes the property. Her Majesty? What are these? I'm learning about all these right now. I have no idea. Like, I literally have been making money off this game for 8 years. I don't even know what this crap is. The Garfield things. It that betrays Garfield. This is horrifying. I love it. Like, what are we talking here? Looks like it's from Munchkin or something. More Garfield. More Garfield. Just some ancient looking cards. Nothing inked. Whatever that is. The Goblin Storm deck. These had funny pictures for sure. I like this mountain. The smiling mountain. It's very happy. Yeah, this is definitely a favorite mountain for sure. I think they're like $8 a piece or something. With foil. Well, actually, they only come in foil. So salty. I don't know what these are from. Okay, like sure. Just some Asian looking art. Looks like. Whatever this is. These secret layers are crazy. Notebook Genius, whatever that is. Mahu Genkin. Dwarf Fortress. What is this? These look terrible. Oh my god. These are the ugliest things I've seen in ages. Jesus. I'm glad I'm drinking alcohol. Moments of Chaos looks actually maybe in universe. I don't know. My Little Pony: The Lands of Equestria. Oh God, Knights Whispers, two ponies talking. I'm terrified. I mean, listen. Sometimes you just gotta announce that you will never ever get laid in your entire life by having all My Little Pony lands. It's okay. There's another My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. There's multiple My Little Ponies. I'm just saying. Actually, this is a. I guess there's 4 of them now. Wow. Viva Los Ractos. Oh, kind of a cool one there. Viva Los Ractos. That's actually the Spanish version of something that's in universe. Deadpool, where you edit all the cards. This is for Magic the Gathering, but they're doing they have all these things called secret layers, which are usually like these little small 5 to 6 card sets that are crossovers with things, or like special stuff. This is the same art, but actually these are better. This is party on it. No hat. Hat. See how much better that is? This has a kid. Or a dog, I mean. Huh. But yeah, just going over all this because it's got, you know, sidetracked. Whatever this brain dead bonus card thing is. Yeah, it's good sidetracked. Have a little fun with it. Yeah. Here's a VHS villains. Yeah, those look like magic cards. What does a magic card even look like? More Ninja Turtles? I hate it. More Ninja Turtles? Jesus. Kevin Eastman's art, I guess, whoever that is. More Kevin Eastman. Stan Sakai? What? The martial arts rabbit? What am I looking at? Those look kind of sick. Oh yeah. That's cool. Some cool looking lands. Yeah. Those are nice. Not a forest, it's a cave. Yeah, kind of cool. I have other mountains I like better, but most other lands I like better, but sure. More Dungeons and Dragons. God's Descent. Interesting. This lady's seen how many secret layers there are. She's terrified. She's like, oh my God. Why? Whispers and Candlekeep. More Dungeons and Dragons. More Dungeons and Dragons. More Dungeons and Dragons, but I don't even weirder looking. Baldur's Gate. The Baldur's Gate 3 game. Got a crossover with that. More Baldur's Gate 3. I guess each of these characters just got their own secret layer. Good for them. Prince Charming? I have no idea. The eyes have it. It's just things with eyes in it. Is that it? Yeah. Fallout Beyond Vault 33. Hell yeah. In case you want to play with Lucy McLean as your character. Or the ghoul. Or dog meat. Hell yeah, dog meat. Dog meat got a whole secret layer. Jesus, why? The radiation thing from Fallout. I guess they went pretty ham on Fallout. Welcome to New Vegas. Monster Hunter crossover. Jesus. I'm not sure I'm going to go through all these because if you look how far down I think on the list, I'm only like, 15% of the way. Jesus. This is wild. How many Monster Hunter ones there? More Avatar Last Airbender stuff. Absolutely accurate actor. Hell yeah. Love it. Yeah, Magic doesn't have an identity anymore. It really doesn't. More Avatar. I love this Ponder in foil. This is the one I use. It's very good. In foil, all blue cards look really cool in foil. Just blues look good in foil. Oh my God, the Cabbage Merchant got a secret lair. Oh God. The Cabbage Merchant got a secret lair. A whole product dedicated just to Cabbage Merchant from Avatar The Last Airbender. I hate it. It's funny as hell, but I hate it. Why? Last of Us? Part 1 and Part 2? Wow. God of War? Man, double God of Wars. Alright. Uncharted? Horizon Zero Dawn. Oh, Jesus. Ghost of Tsushima. Is there anything that didn't get a secret layer? That's what we should do. What didn't get? Iron Maiden, the band, got a secret layer. So why not? 2 secret layers? The Furby layers we were talking about earlier? Hell yeah, Furbies. Furbies together. That's actually horrifying. It's like as big as the mountains. Furbies are horrifying. Oh my god. I know. I mean, look. Look how far down it is. There's so many more. Oh my god. There's so many. I had no idea how many of these things existed. Hearing Yanner, Trick or Treat stuff. I don't even know what these are, man. Dreaming Darkly. Jaws. That's right, Jaws got The Office, Dwight's Destiny. That's right. Dwight from The Office got his own secret layer. Wow. The card Dan Dan got a secret layer. I hate it. Why is it a deck? Oh god. These are hideous. Flower Power Lands. Play-Doh got a secret layer. Play-Doh. More Marvel crap. Nobody cares. More Marvel stuff. Yeah. More Spider-Man. Venom got a bunch of lands. Remember that too. Another Venom thing. More Spider-Man. They really liked their Spider-Man crap, didn't they? Magic Con the Gathering. So the Magic Con itself got a thing. Nice for them. Death Burger, whatever that is. Alien Auroras. Sonic the Hedgehog got a thing. Can't forget Sonic. These are so expensive. These Lotus Petal thingies with all the various Chaos Emerald names, like the card it really is written below. They're usually like $200 to $400 each. I bought one off someone for like 60% cash and put it to seat itself like 80 or 90% and said, yeah, I'm good. More Sonic. Nostra Magica? I don't know what that is either. Sure, whatever. Yeah. The Art of Frank Zeta. Frazetta. The second exhibition, not even the first one. Himura Sakabashiri. Wow. Phil Foglio. More art, things like that. More Final Fantasy bonus stuff. People looking a little better there. I'm just saying, you know. I'm not surprised that there's a bunch of Final Fantasy extra stuff. I didn't know about any of these. More Final Fantasy. Slay the Day. Oh, that was a girl power set, I think. Maybe. I had to pick the foil one. I think this is like $80 for the foil when I got it for someone because he paid me to get it. Kept. Whatever the hell that is. I don't know. More of them. Apparently it's a band, it looks like, because look at this rock crap. Here. Jay Howell's art, whoever that is. Everything is on fire. That's why we don't even have a secret layer. It's just things that are on fire. Why? Room. What, motorcycles or something? I don't know. Maybe it's a band or something. They like bands. Everyone's invited, are they? Was this the gay one? Maybe. No. They have a couple like ones that are for like, you know, pride shit. Which were pretty funny. I like this one. This harmless offering, and they're handing him Jeff. And Jeff took bites out of the card. Like Gwenpool handing you Jeff. Harmless. The connotations are great. Deadpool riding a unicorn. Important. Oshi tokens? Like it's Japanese food? What? I don't know, garden buds. Pick 'em and stick 'em. Wait, what? They're stickers? Weird. Particular class of 87. Wait, what? It's like a high school yearbook? I hate it. They just hate it. They grow up so fast, a bunch of dragons. Tragic Romance, Kalia the Vast. I like this Kalia the Vast. That was pretty good. See some angel, demon, dragon hybrid lady. Really popular commander. Twisted Tunes looks like Cuphead. Maybe not. Cats are better than dogs. More cat things. Dogs are better than cats. SpongeBob. Oh man. More SpongeBob. Yeah, okay. I think we hit the point here. They've crossed over with everything, and if they haven't yet, they will soon. I think we're good. I don't want to look through it. I'm only like 40% of the way. I'm losing faith in the game the farther down I go. For sure. For sure. I didn't know about most of those crossovers, and I think I just was trying to memory hole all of them. 100%. Like I don't want to even know they exist. What are we doing? What are we doing? Gross. I'm gonna turn the fan on real fast. I can talk magic shop all day because, well, that's what I do for a living. I can tell you things. I can explain how to make a bunch of money with the game too. If you're in the US. If you're not in the US, so anyway, move to the US. You make money. Anywhere else? You could probably do it in Europe. Probably. I've heard, like, you know, tale of the kinds of markets they have there, like the, like what they used to sell on. I don't really sell, there because the, international shipping costs are, well, Europe's a mess, first of all. Like, everywhere you ship to in Europe has different, requirements, different tariffs and things like that. Like, you don't want to ship to Europe if you can avoid it. It's a, you know, it's a good game to go play with your friends, I think. You know, like, you find people to hang out with and play, it's cool. You buy just, like, you know, one of the pre-con commander decks that they have, and then you just go find people to play commander. You just play against them, or you just get a bunch of friends and you all just buy one of them. It'll cost you, I don't know, between like $30 and like $100, depending upon which one you like. Aftermarket prices, yeah. But then you just have decks to play and they're just good to go. So I'll grab one. I have so many more of these sitting around there. But, you know, I mean, I got like the Stola one. This thing's like $100. There's like 3 of them over there or something. I don't know. People trade them to me. In case you want to play Final Fantasy 14, I guess it's backwards for you guys, but sucks to suck, I guess. So, I like the Tita's one. I mean, I effectively got all these for free, so, you know, that's fine. There's like some inset one or something like that. Just grab random ones like that. These are like 100 card pre-made decks that are all around a theme. I don't know what their prices are offhand. I'd have to look. What about the lower ones I grabbed? In-universe stuff. Or maybe you want like Marvel superheroes. I don't open any of these things. I don't want to. I can make money off trading. No reason to open them. A bunch of them sitting over there. Including a $500 goblin one. That's cool, yeah. There's a lot of neat ones. Don't worry, I have you. You got like this weird thing. I don't know what these are. Like, you know, I never bothered looking at them. Like I said, I make money off flipping them. I don't want to open them. And like they tell you on the back what they have in them. And they explain it and everything. They're unfortunately all backwards, so not much I can do about that. I got lots of them. I got like, it's got a weird elephant thing on it, because why not? There's still even more. I'm not going to grab any more. Those are going to put them all back. But you get an idea. There's so many of them. Yeah. I've got so many of these cards just sitting around. Just talking about the amount of value is. This is Actually, kind of like a micro store almost. You know, I actually trade stuff. I don't really sell it. Might be. As far as I know, it's going to be one of the standard sets, so it's going to be played in like the tournaments with the recent cards. So they probably won't be the most powerful decks, but I don't know, the precons are the commander precons usually are full of cards that aren't in standard, so like they're only playable outside of that format, and that's means they're usually more valuable, like more powerful in general, because they want to sell the products. So I firmly expect that to be a thing. Usually there's good money in them. I assume most of them are worth about 40 to 50 bucks, and sometimes the more popular ones can get valuable, but they rarely break 100. And in most cases, when you buy them when they first come out, they're not that expensive. They just go up over time if you don't open them. Oh, it's a fun game. Like I said, I just recommend buying one of the Commander precons. Pick your favorite, I guess Star Trek, and then there's always people to play with when you get a Commander. Oh, play Commander. It's like the most popular format. So it's very much worth being the format that you play if you're going to play. I figure I have enough hobbies where I sit in front of a computer, and I wanted a hobby where I didn't. So I got back into playing it, even though I'm more interested in making money off it than I am playing. Still, you know. Not the worst. Maybe I redo this. And maybe this is not like a room so much as like a side hallway thing. I ditch one of these rooms. I'm letting the layout of this liquid dictate a lot of how the room layout's going to be, just because it's something interesting to work off of, like building for functionality. I still don't know how the battle in this room is going to go, how I'm going to make it work. You have a collection of anything? Sure you do. Do you collect, like, you know, any kind of assets, you know, like for... Actually, do you collect games on Steam? Right? You collect games on Steam, you totally do. Wait, I deleted one of these? Why? Oh, that's it, Madeline. Why does it say Madeline? They all say Madeline. Why? Oh, I think there's a... That's a control panel. Wait. Yeah? What? Huh, I don't know. Weird. Oh, you can specify physical. I collect all kinds of, you know, assets for things. I collect, you know, assets for, on Fab, on Daz. I collect all the free games on Epic. I collect the free games that Twitch gives me. I just collect stuff. Free, why not? I like digital assets better because they don't take up a lot of space. And I have a hell of a Magic collection, but that's because they make money off it. So. But I mean, I like to, I don't really collect much anymore. I used to collect more things. Now I don't. Weird baubles and stuff, I guess. I don't know. I don't really like stuff. I might have a bunch of the, Magic cards, but that's just to make money. You found this Glismet? Is it? I mean, I picked it up. I didn't look at it. I didn't look sideways at it. I just said, yeah, okay, I'll take it. Which is usually how it goes to all the Fab stuff, unless I have a direct use for it immediately. I just go, yeah, that's cool. What's on Fab? Some attribute manager thing? Multi-rare, like health, things like that. I don't need that. Have stat. Sci-fi creatures research lab. Does that have creatures? I like creatures. Don't have use for them, but that's cool. Oh. Kind of cool, I guess. In case I was going to make XCOM. Oh, yeah. Be good for a mobile game or something. Yeah, yeah, sure. That one could be pretty. That one's pretty good. That's definitely the pinnacle of this particular 2-week period for sure. Huh. Cool. Yeah, everyone should get these if you don't already have these. Look, Hot Wheels cars and Tech dudes. The box 100 book. Nice, nice. Remember when I was younger, I collected like coins for a while. I also collected wall scrolls for a while. Even comics at one point. Kind of just gave away the comics and the wall scrolls to needy kids because I kept moving and got tired of moving them. Plus the comics never went up in value. I had a Wolverine #2, and like I think 20 years later it was worth exactly the MSRP. It was so stupid because it came out during the time when they just overprinted all the comics, so there's just a million of them. Assets are cool, yeah. The other thing you should remember to do if you don't already do it is to go look for the other free stuff. The free content, because a lot of new stuff comes out on these. It's always really good. You'd be surprised how much just great free stuff is just... I know there's some sort of landscape material builder, I guess. I don't know if that's good, but... maybe not. But every once in a while I find cool stuff this way. Gothic prop pack. Oh, it's got little ballista things. Hell yeah. I kind of want the little ballistas. Take that. Anime hair? Hell yeah, anime hair. I don't know what to do with it, but anime hair. Hair, load it. It's just too low quality for my stuff, but you know, someone might want it. Simple 2 side scroller assets. Yay! Life included. That's pretty simple. Cyber Neon Robot Pack. You just get a cool robot. Hey, you get some robot for your thing if you want. And you can find some cool stuff this way. There's always just new free stuff that they just don't talk about. What? Underpants, very important. Pouring banners, a bunch of music. You can build whole games out of this. Stylized female. I mean, yeah, you get your main character right here for your game. Check that hair. You can tell she's a main character with hair like that. Those weapons are kind of sick, though. Kind of wonder weapons. I don't really give a crap about her, but those weapons, unless they're stuck to the model. I don't know, whatever. I'll keep it. It's mine now. Mine now. I'll probably forget all about it. I mean, Holy Corner, I don't need that. Ultimate Sport Animation. Oh, I can play sports. Yeah. Yeah. In case I want to have some, like, you know, boys working out. Screw it. Why not? It can go to my list. Yeah, you just... cost you nothing, just add it. What are you gonna do about it? Sure. That is cost me. I don't care about that necessarily. Choppy Lop. Oh, that hair is just... This just says that, you know, she works for the HR department. She's come to complain, you know, about... because the HOA said she doesn't like something. Like, that's what this haircut's terrible. Never put that on a female character unless you hate yourself. It's like, listen, I want everyone to hate my character. Yes, who succeeded. That hair will do it. 100%. Anything else cool? Green core music. Yay! There might be some good music in these. I never even listened to the music. In case you want to get a copyright strike here. I don't know. Actually, copyright claim or something. I don't know, right there, yeah. Octopus plushie. Very important. There's some cool stuff in here. Modular tavern kit for medieval things, in case you want that. I have so much medieval crap, I don't care. Who am I kidding? I have so much medieval crap. Here's the template. What is that? What do? Interactable ovens and microwaves and cabinets and doors. Might be cool for someone else. It's like a whole gameplay template for stuff. I kind of have all that crap already done, so it's not really useful to me. A custom mani casino. Low poly though. Never mind. No use for low poly stuff. Yeah. Need the microwave? I'm gonna link it for you in chat, I guess, if possible. Wait, how do I link this? There you go. Sadly, microwaves are a little too late for my stuff. Yeah, everyone should look through these. There's so much free stuff. Character accessories? Oh, they're a little poly. Damn. Sometimes I get good ideas from doing this too. You'd be surprised how often like that. Animated force fields and world barriers in just a few clicks. Maybe. Yeah, you used to find all kinds of guys. Find all kinds of neat stuff here. Make your own stealth ninja thingy. No. I'm not really doing a stealth ninja thing. I do like stealth games, but you know, there's only so much you can put in one game, yeah? Man, I haven't seen any of this stuff. Oh, look, you can get more copyright claims. What a deal. I don't know why people put stuff in there that makes no sense. Fantasy hybrid aircraft. Oh. I already added it. Yeah, okay, that's enough of that. Get a copyright claim, right? Gather withered plants. Cool. Yeah, there's lots of cool stuff here. You'd be surprised. There's 22,000 free assets, so, you know, go nuts. Build your whole game out of it. Get this cheese wheel. Very important. Cheese wheel. Oh, why you need a cheese wheel? I don't know, there's not much I actually need at this point, so I just add things in case I might want it. And I just kind of keep adding to stuff as I go. It's like, sure, well, whatever. I haven't really accomplished much today. That's okay. I often just, you know, stream because it's just something to do, and I kind of work on the game more when I stream, sort of. Sort of. Kind of. You see the Xbox doing charge the stuff in there, Sora? In dev kit test? Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know much about it. Normal Xbox. Well, once I, you know, get to the point where this is potentially done, I will start investigating things like consoles. Consoles definitely get in the shaft, though, initially, for sure. I don't want to put it over this side. Yeah, I kind of do. Hmm. Nice. Yeah, at some point I'm probably going to look at them as being an option, for sure. That just depends. If the game does poorly, then we're just not going to talk about it ever again, and that's that. Right? Game does bad, nobody saw it, and we're not talking about it anymore, we're good. Game does amazing. And, you know, it's getting released on everything under the sun. You know, optionally, I could not remake. I want to flood this room. The room looks like it should be flooded. Yeah, pretty much. I gotta have something to cover this, like a mesh or something. I'm gonna have to make a special screen for these so that it can get through or something. I don't have anything like that, do I? Maybe. I doubt it. I'm so far behind now. I lost like 6 months. That didn't work. Losing 6 months put me way behind because I was expecting to have, like, you know, at least something playable out like that, and I was gonna try to release it, you know, probably next year, honestly. But because I still have to finish up chapter 4, chapter 3, I only have like half the enemies for chapter 2. The bosses aren't even designed for anything beyond like Sally, and even then Sally's not even that good. I've considered finding ways to try to remove sections of the game because there's so much game left to do. Because in reality, I'm still kind of working on this middle section of the game, and I haven't even got to down here. I'm just trying to figure out how the ending of the game is going to go, like the last areas, so I know what I need to pick up. But to be fair, now that I have a lot of things figured out how they work, and the way the game flow is and everything like that, there will be a lot more, later areas will be faster, for sure. And I do have the layout for everything below. I guess to be fair, I have all the way up to this Charlotte fight design, even though it's not high quality. That's the thing, is like you make the thing, but then it's not actually that high a quality, so you got to go and add quality to it. Yeah, this boss is not here yet. I'm still trying to debate the model of this one. I kind of wish I'd done some Western stuff instead of like all this pirate stuff, because pirates are difficult to find stuff for. But it kind of fits down here and everything. Yeah, I no longer have a good plan for when things are going to get done. I think over the last year, I think I lost like 7 months of it to health problems. Yeah. I should have a slice of life thing. I should do that. Actually, a vertical slice, that's what it was. Game portion of the game for people to play with instead of working on this stuff down here. But there's value to this because this helps me figure out story things too that are going to exist that I just didn't have a good plan for. Like I had some ideas on how things were, like what I wanted it to be, but not how I was going to visually depict it. And now that I have an idea of how I'm going to visually depict some stuff, it changes a lot. Especially what the implementation of how the curse would actually be moved around and everything like that. Like what I know where the curse comes from. That is never been a question. But how is it going to visually show it? And now I have a whole idea of sending this stuff down in the sewers too, which causes more problems in the future. Yeah. Because now I have models for all the, basically the last 4 bosses of the game. The models I'm missing are like, I don't have a good model for Poppet's sister. I keep trying to come up with models and I don't like them. That's the problem. And then Tilly needs a model. TikTok Tilly, and then after that, I think I'm throwing the Red Queen out, or just making her a little side character, and instead having like Snuggle Waffle take her place. So it's possible I could just use one of those weird models I already have in the same pack I got Patrick, and then just use that as the enemy too. So yeah, these characters, I need basically 2 different bosses to be worked out. Only one of them has to be female, obviously. And maybe I'll do that. What? Beyond that, I have to come up with a bunch more enemy models too. I have an idea for this area, but I'm waiting for a certain pack to go on sale. I have a plan here. Obviously, the things here will either be like weird broken crazy toys or, you know, other things. For sure. Yeah, that's how I do it. Like, did all the characters. It's really fast. There is a price tag to using it though. It used to be much cheaper. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it now because it's kind of expensive now. If you stack the right sales, it's okay. But I don't know, man. It's pretty expensive now. I'm trying to get away from it for sure. Now, I highly recommend you take every shortcut you possibly can because the enormity of a game like this is so huge. It's just, if you aren't taking shortcuts, you aren't finishing. It's that simple. Take every shortcut you can think of. Maybe even AI. I don't know about AI though. That's probably a bit questionable, but no, you probably actually should in the end of the day use AI, but I don't know, in this day and age, it's a pretty double-edged sword to use AI. I don't know if you want to use it knowing that. Let's go together, give one it. Can we bother learning the software? Fair. I just taught myself Daz along the way, and works good for what it is. I mean, you know, treat it like the ultimate character creator versus anything else. Like, you can shoot out characters in, like, you know, an hour or two, you know, something that looks awesome. But you end up having to pay for the initial stuff that you're working with, and that is, depending upon the licensing, very expensive. Because they have these interactive licenses, and when I first started, you could get them on sale for like $5 a thing. And so that meant that when I made Miranda, the main character for the other game that never happened, she only cost me about $60. And she came out looking fantastic. Sadly, she looks really shitty as a toy. Otherwise, I'd put her in the game. I actually considered putting her in the game as a toy anyway. I just can't find a look that looks good for her. She looks great as, like, you know, like an 18-year-old girl. That's true, but I stole her dress for Poppet. So I knew the dress worked. Like, it already worked in Unreal Engine without any problems. I was like, yep, we're using this. It doesn't do me any good if I have to then, you know, go and make it. It just takes a lot of time and effort and isn't really saving me any effort. Because that is just essentially like, well, you can edit the materials and change out things and stuff like that. Most people just use it like a character creator where you just use sliders to move things around and you just change, like, you can mix and match the characters and everything like that. And then basically dress them like they're a doll. And then you can make changes to things like that. You know, I mean, I mess with the skin on Pop and everything like that to get her to look like she does and everything like that too. Getting a character to look attractive is an art in itself, for sure. But I mean, it's like the ultimate character where you can mess with everything about them. I mean, everything. Only problem is it really likes, it only likes NVIDIA cards, and the card I use to capture is the NVIDIA card. So if I use it, there's a good chance that it likes to crash the stream. The other problem with it is that it's really hard to avoid accidental nudity when using it. I'm terrified to stream it because Twitch will just ban me. It's like, okay. Because they'll even be thumbnails. It's like, these are like breast sliders. So the thumbnails all have pictures of breasts, and you're just like, right on every little like tooltip for the sliders, just like, why you do this? So there's just so many, like, so much nudity involved in that. Plus, like, you know, there could just be some point where there's just push through on things, because, you know, especially for women, because their bodies are, you know, have all kinds of rounded edges and things just kind of push through in places. It's like, well, accidental nudity. As I say, breasts on models aren't exactly soft, yeah. I don't know. It really just depends on how much quality I want to toss in. I mean, it takes me 2 hours to go through the top part of the game, like just the first chapter, which is mostly just the top floor, and I think I spent like a year on that. But to be fair, actually, year and a half, something like that. I don't know. But I also didn't know what I was doing and kept making all sorts of dumb decisions. Meanwhile, I'm like halfway through the second chapter, and I could probably finish that in, I don't know, 4 months maybe. Chapter 3, concepted out. Maybe I finish it in 6 months. It's smaller. Chapter 2 is huge. It needed to be shrunk down, but too late. Chapter 4, there's more of it done than you think, but there's a quality level I'm aiming for. Like, I could release portions of the game now, except for that the quality just isn't. Only the first, you know, chapters really there. Even then, there's a couple rooms that I don't like. It started as an RPG Maker Game Jam game that I was working on, where yeah, the theme was Touch the Stars, and I of course decided that that meant that I would have a bunch of toys in a creepy basement, and one character was trying to get, like during the day she got moved across the basement, and she's cursed to go back and look out this window at the stars every single night. That's what she do. So the whole thing was battling the other toys to get across the basement to just follow this curse thing. And since then, the character has been changed immensely, and the whole story and idea changed. It's no longer a basement. Now it's a theme park in a building kind of thing. There's always like, well, it wasn't really steampunk necessarily before. Now it is. I guess it kind of was. It really didn't. The Game Jam game didn't go that far into it. But a lot of the ideas and models from that got moved over to this along the way. All these rooms are actually full. I just have them off because data layers exist and I don't want my computer to blow up. Ah, thanks. I don't know if you checked out the trailer on my Steam page, but if you haven't, I mean, it's an old trailer, but still shows off a lot of stuff. Yeah, along the way, things have just improved like that. Like right now, I'm coming up for why there's like this curse on the building in the first place. Like, I already knew the events that caused the curse, but I didn't have a way to visually show it. Ready to wishlist? Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get out as soon as possible. Like I say, there's definitely a lot of like, you can actually, there's a lot of things I've been locking into place more recently. Like, you can go from the first room in the game to the last room in the game. A massive achievement for sure, because there's like 100 rooms in the game. Maybe more. To be fair, there's actually 104 data layers, but 4 of them are for floors, and then like one of them is for the Miss Popman thing. So currently there's like another one there. So it's actually like, I think 98 rooms at the moment, with additional ones being added in as I subdivide up rooms and everything. For when the gameplay gets there, it's like, this makes way more sense. So there is a lot going on here. Maybe just this section's flooding like that. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to just lock down ideas of where everything is, figure out exactly which assets I need to finish the game. I want to say 2/3 of all the models already. Yeah, like 2/3 of the models done for the characters and the enemies and NPCs. And a lot of areas aren't as hard to finish as you think. Like, chapter 2 could almost be finished as soon as I finish one boss and then a bunch of little stupid enemies for it. Like, most of the gameplay is already there for chapter 2. So chapter 2 is way closer. There's like one room that I hate, but fine. Chapter 3 is a dumpster fire. This is a dumpster fire. I've been remaking it in chapter 4 to try to figure out how the game is going to finish. Important events are planned out. Wait, what are these down here? What? There's like landmines down here. Why? What? Okay. There's just down here. Yeah, there's like 5 of like landmines just down here. Huh. They're supposedly in the Hall of Records, but they're down here now. Huh. Weird. What's this? Oh yeah, sure. These are also down here. Huh. Not as weird as when I found a fireplace with, you know, things, a fire in it in the wall. But yeah, anyway, that's what I'm doing right now. Is just trying to figure out things like that. So the game is not as far off as you might think. Because I have been designing gameplay for this, like, later chapters as well. Laying out everything like that so that the pathway for the player to go. So I guess chapter 3 is not as far off as you might think either, but it's still far off. It's not even close, but it's probably like maybe, I'm gonna say it's like 15 to 20%, just like chapter 4 is kind of in the 15 to 20% range. The problem is polish. It's hard to dictate what polish is. Oh, the story is like not even in the game yet. There's that too. I was putting these as supports for this area, so it looks like things are held up by something. I think I really want to. I guess I already deleted this wall, so I guess I'm kind of remaking it now because by virtue of I've decided to remake it. I don't know. Yeah, there's lots going on. I'm just trying to figure out where I can do to, or what I can do to speed the process. That was weird. Move to wherever it's at. There's so many of these brushes. I need to do something about that. Oh, off stream, I actually designed the final arena. I have not included a way to reach this new final arena. That is true. But I did design the final arena off stream. And the first mechanic for the final fight. The most important mechanic. It will definitely change how you view that fight when you get there. Oh god, it's gonna be rough. I might get rid of these doors entirely and then just have it enter this way. Wait, what? Huh? What happened here? I guess where's the goop coming out of this room? Yeah, this got designed like quite a long time ago, before I had all the health problems recently. I mean, it'd make the most, well, if it went out this, it'd be the easiest possible. But if that's the case, I couldn't really have a door blocking it, because it'd be weird. Goop source, yep. We'll go with the Ghostbusters 2 theory. You know? No, I definitely had plans for how it was going to go, and I'm just like, I don't actually know how this is going to be visually doable. And originally I considered having like a sub-basement and like a sewer system underneath it, but then I just realized that now it's just floor upon floor, and how do you even make a sewer interesting? Because, you know, there's some explanation for why humans would use the other thing. There's just no explanation for why you would use the other. I could put this directly underneath the door. It means less things. Like, I could just put it underneath both doors, and then you don't have to put any additional holes in the wall. Of course, I was already remaking this wall. If it's just going underneath the doors. Yeah, it goes. Yeah. Now, I actually wrote a story for how all the events that led up to this. Like, you know, it was a short story. A bunch of little, like, short stories to describe the characters and stuff. Not all the things are going to be true from those stories, too. They were just, you know, good ideas to how to plan things. You don't end up with, like, a bunch of cursed toys somewhere by accident. Bad things had to happen for that to ever occur. I could make a... This doesn't have to be a small room like this, I guess. I kind of liked having a... Well, hallways suck, though, thinking about it. Like... But I was considering having these be something that attacks you, kind of like, or like something up here that does that, so I put these statues here to remind myself. But if you ever saw the Never-Ending Story and the weird little statues that you couldn't, like, you know, that would, like, zop people. Yeah, there's, like, statues. Like, 'cause I need things to deal with flying as well. It's like weird cursed statues. He's like, I'm obviously gonna have different statues. I consider having statues for my own world, like, you know, in-universe religious figures. It's just I haven't made them yet. For now, these will be just fine. I can literally just have them fire like lasers out of their eyes at you or something. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't know. So I could optionally get rid of these side rooms here and just have this open wide into like an antechamber. And then just have like a little micro hallway here connecting these. The last painting area. So I want this to be somewhere. I haven't had a use for this room. It's just a completely blank room. Because I'm not 100% certain the rooms are going to be down here. I just came up with some quick ideas for what would be in this bizarre dilapidated place and what was going on down here. I mean, you get visuals, we don't know what the story is, so I suppose I'm not spoiling too much, but... Well, if you're watching the stream, though, at some point you just have to accept things are going to get spoiled. Sucks to be you, I guess. Not much I can do about that. I guess I'm just going to take this and dupe it, move it over. So far, I've made my life so much harder by putting a million brushes on this level. They're not quite the same size, I guess. I do want them to be surprised by what the actual ending of the story is. Well, if you get the good ending. I want them to be, people to be surprised. It'll make sense that we're not subverting expectations here. None of that crap. We want our thing to actually be good. And at some point you might figure out what's going on as you're going along. Maybe. I mean, if you're watching the streams, obviously it'll be easier to figure some things out. Certain characters will make... You'll know where certain characters appear and it's like, something ain't right here. Not everything is as it first appears, for sure. But if it was, and you just guessed it from the very start, that would be really fun. You gotta add a little flavor in there for people. Oh, this is actually inside the wall. Could have sworn I had those in this wall too. But maybe I just gotta put additional ones on there. I guess put actually, I'm going to try to keep the story very tight, though, because there's only so much space in the game, and 100 rooms is not as big as you think. And I'm looking at maybe adding and removing rooms along the way, too, but some rooms are going to have to do some serious double duty on, like, story and everything for sure. Double duty on gameplay and story. And a lot of the story will have to fall on Tinka to tell it, too. But she also can't leave her paintings, either. I gotta put more paintings places, too. After all, you know, in the story, she's watching all this stuff happening. And that's, she knows because she has paintings everywhere. Well, lots of places, so she gets an idea of what's going on. Making her pretty invaluable for purposes of, you know, helping you out. Also being, you know, a teleporter between places is pretty helpful. I need smaller paintings that you can't go into. So this way Tinka can watch from other places without actually having it be an actual boon to the player that they can just get into places. I want it to be a boon. I want them to have unlimited teleport capabilities. I guess these doors are not lined up. Kind of weird. They should be lined up, relatively speaking. I gotta put something behind here too. This is not a very good setup for here. I am really tempted to remove these walls and just have small, tiny walls in between these things. One of the things I could do there could be an antechamber out in front here, but I could also have like doors like that and then just have the rooms be longer instead of having multiple doors. I'm installing these here. Kind of arguing for myself here. I'm probably gonna redo these walls anyway for sure. But I did consider just having like, you know, a small like section beforehand, like an ominous thing like that, instead of just this random hallway. Multi-doors, yeah. Because I could do that. I could have like, you know, this open area in front of this and then have some sort of kind of almost like a guard thing like that. And then to the sides are just doors going back. Or I could optionally have this area be open and then doors going to the sides like this into here. Though I think it's more ominous if the doors sideways are here. Then you'll have to bypass these statues over and over. Well, I guess not, because depending upon where I put the Forgotten Sanctuary, the last painting. Is that gonna be kind of cool, this setup here? Optionally, I could have an open area here, rooms in here and here. And then like the little section in front and the little section over here too. So it's like an H almost. And then I could have like two different sets of these here and have it look more like a weird ornate thing like that. I kind of like that. That's probably what I'm gonna do actually. And one side I'll have like a guest quarters, which is just basically a bunch of jail cells where they keep people who are ready to be, you know, sacrificed basically. You know, this screwed up church. And then this weird little sanctuary place where, you know, they pray or something. I don't know. Whatever you do in this stupid location. Not every room has to make sense, okay? Don't judge me. Oh, you can't if you want, that's fine. I think I like this idea. I know I'm going out of my way to make my life harder, but hear me out. It sucks sometimes. That's what you gotta do, yeah? Oh, what am I doing? Any of this? I'm okay with actually removing some number of rooms from the game, too. What happened? I'm gonna click this, and then I'm gonna try to add a brush surface here. Box me, baby? Yeah. And then it eliminates a room I had no idea what I was gonna do with it. And to be fair, half these rooms I'm not 100% certain what to do with them. I mean, these have been changed I don't know how many times. But I'm a visual guy, and if I don't have, like, you know, some sort of method of just messing with it and getting an idea, it won't work for me. I'll sit there and ruminate forever on never build anything. Or I could just optionally do it this way and, you know, have a much easier time trying to figure out what's going on. So before I delete that, that's usually the secret of my success. Make anything and then make the next thing better off of that. There's no way I would know what I was going to make before this. Like, just pure guesswork, I guess. Yeah, so instead of making these rooms about like this, and then I leave like an open space off to the sides here. And this way I can run the like the weird little sewage, well, not sewage, but the goop stuff through there. And like, you know, as a weird channel through here, maybe have a big channel through here and then run it out into these rooms here. So this way it looks like it's, you know, all flowing away from here. And then that means that I would put over here, I'd put one of these things and these things. One I left over here. I'd probably run it from there. Huh. It actually fits weirdly well. Maybe a little off, but eh. I'm hoping the final arena will be, you know, very cool for people to see. Hey, another guy. How's it going? You just time to see me remake Ghostbusters 2? Vigo, the scourge of Carpathia. The sovereign of Moldavia. I remember now because someone, you know, made the joke for me and I didn't forget. We Ghostbustering? Hell yeah. Thanks, yeah. Oh, I had to make this one the same size. No one saw that this is a different size, okay? Okay. Now that we've got that figured out. I'm remaking the whole thing like that, running all these little, like, channels, I guess. 3 places. Whoa. I don't know why I just did that. That was dumb. Just move the freaking thingy. Getting an idea. Out of case, clues and a secret door. I take it in game. It's just a grass field. You can run around. How many is? You'll be good. Yeah. Like, you could take the long way, but just find all these clues, and it's in that grass field over there. You just have to beat the weird cow thing there. Wait, what? Oh, God. Don't go into the meadow. Oh my gosh, if you haven't ever seen Kung Pao Enter the Fish, you should watch it. It's so stupid, it's beautiful. I love me some stupid. As long as it's funny stupid, not just stupid stupid. Oh yeah, the killer cow. I put it on the screen, but I'd probably get a copyright claim because, you know, even from a trailer, when I know it was in the trailer, they like to give out copyright claims. It was like, no, why? How much space do I really need for these? That's a good question. They're not going to come straight over. I'm probably not going to have this be as open as it was before either. It might just be that this is like got a channel going down the center. Sometimes you got to make it look nice for, you know, for the kiddies. There's so many brushes on this map now. We're not even going to talk about optimization. Hasn't you entered the freaking conversation at this point? We're past that now. Well, like escorters on one side, and I need to have just enough that, so I'll make the room basically that big, and then maybe have these statues watching from various locations. That can be one of the predominant enemies. There's going to be a lot of weird enemies in this area. There's obviously going to be not going to be as many toys down here. There'll be some toys, for sure. They're really messed up toys. I think the best thing that came up was discovering a way to make the toy maker's lab, you know, secret without or his workshop secret without having to waste more of the building. Also, Broken Things is going to be full of all these creepy, weird toys too, and the last Annie's ons. Because somehow Annie manages to get to all these places. There will most certainly be a DLC for Annie's on, 100%. If there's DLC, is like if the game does well enough. The explanation for the shopkeeper is very important. We need this. Who doesn't want to know why the shopkeeper does what she does? The crazy evil thing that is cursed to have to run a shop because of a dumb hat. Yeah. Hat that all the toys fight over. Makes you wonder how powerful she really must be that she won. And you're like, uh-oh. Imagine how exciting this could be. The ultimate battle against a shopkeeper. Are you ready for this fight? I don't know if you're ready for this fight. Pretty big fight. The final sale. Oh god. No. Or you already see like all sales are final or something like that. There's so many ways I could run with it. The level of hatred she could have for you. Oh my god. Is this floor just like taller over here or something? How is that? Interesting. Well, I guess to be fair, I had a divot in the ground. Yeah, I would have lots of weird little dumb things that aren't really ever explained. There's just things that happen in here, and you just accept that they happen in here. Because, you know, shouldn't have to explain everything. I mean, you only know what Poppet knows, and if Poppet doesn't know, then you're not gonna know. She might figure it out, but if she doesn't figure it out, it's fine. Oh, good. What's going on here? Tell me the mouse is moving the camera. Hey, what? Where'd you go? Okay. At first you vanished for a second. I was like, this is off. You know, I have plans. We'll see how it goes, though, for the plans actually happening, but they probably won't. Yeah, it could work out better. So flying's gonna be a real problem for figuring out how I'm gonna keep you out of locations. I'm still trying to figure that one out. Some gameplay ideas just don't work. I need to figure them out before I reach this point anyway. Right, all coming together. It kind of is, really. I mean, it's just... For too long, I've left a lot of things up here a mystery, and it's like, you know what? You need to figure something out here. And I kind of am now. Some stuff just wasn't making sense before. It is now, though. Definitely. All because of a sewer system. I'm actually repurposing a sewer system. Great method. You just repurpose the whole sewer system. Sewer map? Nah, fam. We ain't doing no sewer map. And the plan is to move this over into here and have just basically 2 rooms and not 4. And then I don't have to design a bunch of unique crap. I can just design, you know, 2 unique rooms and not a bunch of small little rooms. But I basically just need enough to make this work. I might get rid of this giant door. I don't know. I guess I am just kind of doing the same thing here, and I'll just do that over here too. So it's just literally a remake of that. And maybe this door shouldn't be here. At least now they won't get stuck behind the door. That was the problem before. You get stuck back here, and I was like, this is not going to work. You can't get stuck back here. That's stupid. I guess to be fair, it wouldn't make much difference because normal people would never get stuck there, but the player is a thing that you have to worry about. I'll also do this to make the things hit the floor too. Maybe I should do that. This also does not need to go all the way through. Well, the other question is it going to go far away from the wall some? I think it might, just so it avoids the door and it has more of an ornate look to it. So maybe I actually move it farther out. That's true. Can't do this. I think it moves out to here, maybe. Then I do this out here instead. And I go find any one of these things here that I can grab. You'll do. Interesting music. Not sure if I like it, but I'll set it aside. As a maybe. I considered buying a 3-monitor setup just so I could have all these content browsers on one window and then all the chat and OBS stuff on the other. But I'm also like super cheap and don't really want to spend money, so you know, there's that. Let's say this went out beyond the door. That's actually a pretty good marker. Let's just say it goes right in front of the door by a little bit. This. And then has to go out to here. Brings in the wall, needs to go to about here. All right. I'll be here. I may take a quick bio break for a second. I think we're gonna stand up for a second, move around for a moment anyway. I've been sitting for like 3 hours. Well, more like 2.5 hours. I'll be right back. I'll share this room or something when we're doing it. But in the dark. Be back in a few minutes. In the dark. Yes, yes. The lighting's so much better with the blue. It's wonderful. Thanks for the bits. Let me get there. Came all the way over to Twitch for that. Thank you, thank you. Multi-wires, get them ultra-wide ones. Yeah, you know, listen. Maybe. I have a standing desk. I wish I should be standing. Reminded me. But yeah, on the standing desk, there's not a lot of space. So it gets a little tough to get too many big monitors on here. Like, I might be able to get like 3 27-inch ones. Anything more than that, it's going to be hard. I mean, because one 27-inch monitor is like almost half the desk. So the other two would just be dangling off the desk. At that size, like, it'd be pretty bad. Over the camera a bit. Start cutting me off. Super tall. Yeah. People. Almost too weird. I don't feel like that. I think it's closer. Problem is, it's only so tall. The green screen. I think it's like almost 7 feet tall or something like that. Problem is that's just not enough. It almost needs to be. This room is really tall. This has like an extra foot. This whole house does. It's like just one of those houses where all the ceilings are high. Because I could probably fit something bigger, but yeah, it's just annoying trying to get the thing to be in a good place. I haven't been standing up lately because my legs hate me for standing up. I've been kind of slacking on it lately. All the PT stuff and everything. Not a good idea. For sure. Sitting is really unhealthy. I highly recommend against it. Still got a green screen, never used it? Nice. And who uses these actual things? That's weird. You just buy them to, you know, keep them in a closet somewhere. Duh. I thought everyone did that. Imagine actually using stuff. That's weird. We don't need no stinky stuff. I think a lot of people do, to be honest. I just get this sneaking suspicion that it's just kind of something people do. I'm kind of an oddball because I hate stuff. So I have to justify how I'm going to get rid of it before I've even bought it. Like, what am I going to do with it in the long run? I guess. I grew up with a couple parents that were basically hoarders, so I hate stuff. It's really very simple. The byproduct of them is that I hate stuff. Also, I moved a lot for a while, so by moving all the time, that made me hate stuff too, because it just weighed a lot, and I'd have to move all these boxes, and I wouldn't even unpack the boxes between each time, and it's like, why do I have all this crap? I didn't even unpack it since the last time I moved. I hate it. What am I doing? I can just go from here. I don't gotta try to rotate it. I just go like this. After I started saying to myself, do I want it? Wait 3 months, see if I still want it and eat it? Fair. Yeah, something just has to have a need, a proven need before I waste my time, for sure. Difficult to convince myself to buy anything. Not impossible, but it's pretty tough. I did almost upgrade my graphics card, but then that turned into a catastrophe. When you know it didn't work and broke a motherboard. Yeah, it's a good thing to ask. A lot of people just buy everything, and it's like, but why? What's the purpose? Why do you buy this? I might want it. I see. Okay, well, fair enough, I guess. Even that lined up with a door? Kinda? I do the same with game dev assets now. Like, I used to pick up all these assets and like humble bundles, and now it's just like, what am I going to use that for? I need to justify it right now. Like, if it's free, I don't got to justify anything, but if it's not free, why did I want it again? Like, what was I going to do with that? And I usually don't have a good justification, so I don't pick it up. Hope that helps. It's like, nah. Don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Send it back. Ship it. This actually looks a little more centered than that, I think. But to be fair, they're not centered on this wall either. They're kind of just wherever they're at. Well, if that's the case, what I should actually do is I should use, like, whatever one of these as my justification for what the center is. But that's next to me, I have DJI drone sitting here. He's only wants 2 laptops that used for 6 months. Pretty sure I paid them. Oh. Well, someone already paid for them for you, I guess. That's cool. Like, a little weird, but yeah, whatever. It's fine. I can judge. I'm judging. I'm judging. Kinda. Bench in here. I just don't like everything sitting around either. Like, just the constant piles of crap everywhere. It's like, oh, why? What just happened? Okay. I was doing things. I'm like, no, don't freeze on me. Wasting desk space. Yeah, exactly. People like that for some reason. I don't know why. It's just like, but. I want my desk to have, like, you know, space on it that I can use for things. I don't understand. Yes. Very that simple. I don't understand. All this is gonna get booted over anyways, I'm sure. Pretty much. I just don't understand all the stuff. Never will. I like cleanliness. Well, not like militantly cleanly. I just don't like stuff. There's stuff. Pays me a fortune. Just hate stuff. Like, I buy exactly enough shirts so that I can go all the way to laundry day every time. That's it. Pants, same way. Exactly enough. Or maybe like +1 for dropping crap on it. You know, something just happens. But, you know. Amazon probably hates me. Like, we keep giving him these free Prime trials and he only buys like 1 or 2 things in every handful of months. What the hell's wrong with this guy? Why doesn't he buy? He's a terrible consumer. To the gulag with him. The Amazon Gulag. Oh, good. Horrifying. I finally got my sewer area. Yay! It's not really a sewer area, but it's kind of like a sewer area, and that's good enough for me. You're at Ghostbusters Inc. I don't know where this door is going yet, but for now we'll just move it down here so we get a better idea where things need to go. I'm probably gonna end up shrinking this whole thing down anyway. I really need to stand more. I should just stand the whole time I do all my other stuff. It's unhealthy, this not standing thing. This is more what I was thinking. Going on here? Huh. I hate it. Wait, is this one just lower than the others? Oh, it's just lower than the others, wasn't it? Yeah. Did you? Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. Who is that handsome devil right there? Terrified. Absolutely terrified. Like, I like all the controllers here. This is like a graveyard or stuff. There's a controller here, controller there, controller there. Bunch of headphones. I don't know how many cords. These are more monitors, really. You need to have monitors all over the walls, too. And just cords going everywhere. Like one of those like apocalyptic future computer user people who never leaves a room like that. It's also too bright in this room. You gotta make it darker too. Maybe like some fake tech wallpaper, so it looks like there's cords coming out of everywhere, but it's actually just your wallpaper. I'm just saying. I mean, it looks 100% safe. We don't even bother to plug them anymore. We don't need to. There's no reason. It's fine. I mean, it's good. You know, as far as it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just right next to the window. Fair. That means you can jump out when the smoke happens. You're like, oh crap, smoke. You just jump out the window. So you're safe. It's fair. I'm terrified. For sure. On with the terrified emoji. Eh. Yeah. I'm gonna ask they just move by right in the moment of physical therapy point. The answer is no. No, you cannot, random person. I swim by your house, so no. Clean it today? I mean, you don't gotta. Whatever. It's not like all of Twitch is now silently judging you over it or anything. I mean, it might be. It's like the most inconvenient place to walk, but for weird religious crap, is that surprising? When something is inconvenient? I mean, I thought that was half the point of religious stuff, though it could be inconvenient. If you're not being inconvenienced by your religion, you need a better religion, right? Hope that helps. Maybe. I should make certain all these are actually in the, I guess, Hall of Damnation. It's not very Holly or Damnation-y anymore, but sure. Sometimes you just, you know, make up names for things, and you're not sure it's going to stay that way. It's probably not, but I need to make some names up for things, I think. I just figured out that these events happened in this location, but didn't necessarily name things. Like, what's going on down here? I didn't name that. This one's much shorter than the other one. Like someone picking up the trash. These are random things, numbers at the end, I mean, I could. There's definitely a purpose to things, it's just I'm trying to figure out the exact purpose on a lot of things. Because some stuff is just, you know, not figured out yet, for sure, for sure. I guess I want to have my own religious iconography in my world. But I haven't really gotten to that yet, you know? Best builds? Fair. I had a bunch of chapters, and then this entire game is now on the first floor. At the first map. Which was Dead Girl Wonderland is the name of the map. So, like, I could have done something with it, but nah. The other 3 maps I got rid of. There was like one for every single chapter. But it all just got moved to the first map because that was the one that was most done. And here we are. That's the one that's done. That's what's happening. I think I'm gonna get rid of these smoke thingies. They're so tedious to deal with. I might put them back later. This smoke's fine because you don't accidentally click on it every 5 seconds. But I come up with names for all these things all the time, and I just never really get around to finishing them. Oh, wait, what? Well, these are at -65, and these are there. This is 62. And why is this higher? How is that possible? I guess this is marginally higher too. Oh. Is this a problem like a lot of places? Is this a thing that's happening? No. this is the way, pretty much. So much weird crap going on in this. Like, who knows? I'll get it figured out eventually, I'm sure. Smoke. Wait, then why are you tripping out? This one's shorter, like lower? I guess negative 62 is where they should be. And they just aren't. And that's what the problem is. That's why it's tripping. I guess it makes sense. Kind of duped a bunch of crap. Can I have a micro sewer system? Yes, micro sewer system. Once I get rid of all these brushes, like the FPS will be like so much better. There's only 57 of them, okay? At one point I had like almost 100. And that was a while ago. Yeah, once I get this set up here, then I don't think it matters too much. It's possible I don't make these rooms like this. They're kind of cool as they are, all flooded. Maybe I keep the flooded thing. I'm really tempted to make them super deep. But then there'd be no furniture and anything like sticking up out of the goop. Like they're only like sort of flooded. And they could be like, it could be just like an actual pool of darkness or whatever. One last obnoxious pool. Because there's one thing I do in this game a lot, it's have water all over the place for no apparent reason, or just some sort of liquid that, you know, Poppet's afraid of. Even when you finally get the Emperor and immune to water, there's yet another liquid that's obnoxious too. There's no escape. You can fly by this point, it's not that big of a deal. It's limited flight, I guess. I can't just let you fly perpetually. Well, I guess I could. And then every battle has to be a flight simulator. I don't really think that's what I want. I mean, I guess to be fair, the final fight could work out like a flight simulator and it'd be fine, probably, but... Now, the final fight's going to be very different. The rules of the final fight are not what you expect. Things ain't going to go your way very easily in the final fight, even with flying. I got plans. Well, this won't work the way I want it to at all. What I'm gonna do is move it directly down here, and then I'm just gonna apply the other ones. I'm gonna rotate things instead, I guess. I don't know. If I'm gonna keep the same look to them. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to get a little creative, probably. Trying to get things to look somewhat symmetrical. I need one of these to work off with them. Oh, that's right. This is way wider. Oh no. Huh. Here's the problem I had set up here. When I put these in here, I didn't actually plan for how they would align with this room, and I kind of need to do that more than I need to align with the other room, right? Because this room's kind of got an ornate setup to it, and the other one does not. So I need to pick where these are going to be at, and that's... make it happen, I guess. And then this needs to be bigger. seems to be like 1.55. They need to be way bigger. If it's going to match the size of the others. It needs to be closer like this. But the goop in here is much higher up. I guess this room's just higher up in general. I just didn't think about that part. If I slightly enlarge these, it could work, kinda, but then these panels are so much smaller. Did I make the channels over bigger, or am I just weirdly making certain ones bigger than others? Maybe that's what I'm doing, weirdly making certain ones bigger than others for no reason. Yeah, I don't know why I'm making those other ones so big. There's no reason they need to be that big. Nothing else is that big. So why am I doing that? It's just because in this room I made them huge for some reason? Huh. No, I think I'm just gonna redo it so that it's not so big. Right? It makes more sense. Why in the world are some of them so much bigger than the others when in reality it should be like, you know, the same size? Kind of across the board. Like just going into here and the same size. And I guess here I made it really big going into here for some reason. I should have made it large one size. Huh. There's just not a lot of space and I have to redo that whole room. I don't like that. But they look kind of small for purposes that, like, in this room it makes a little more sense because it kind of loops around in this weird setup. Smaller channels. This room has nothing going on in it. In fact, this isn't even lined up. But option I can just make these smaller. Maybe like a 3 or something. Maybe something like this. So they actually closer like that. Is that what I want? 25, 25. Got to redo all the holes too. Fantastic. Didn't plan this very well, did I? Like that. I think it's too much, too little liquid though is the problem. No way I like it much. Well, that's annoying. What I could do is I could just make these ones smaller in this room. And they could just come out of there and be smaller. This whole room could be smaller. Is that what we're doing? It just leaches into this room, and then from here it has the big one going in there, and then the big one going out. That might actually work better for this room here. Right? Because it'd be this wide. So then you have paths on either side. That could work. Huh. Sure wish I'd thought about this before I started messing around too much, huh? This could be farther up too. Could be ornate, I guess. Like way up here. That might be better. Then off to the sides you have a thing. Yeah, maybe. I guess I shrink this one down, huh? But farther up, as I was saying. Design takes a long time. So that's the gist of what takes the longest time in your game: content. And to be fair, these are pits, so it's not like they're no value gameplay wise. They most certainly are value. Is that like 2.5 or something for small ones here? Small ones? Maybe lower than that, maybe 2.8. Oh, that's right. We need to place them. Yep, exactly. I gotta place them up here. That's more important first, because I gotta build them off this room, because this is the room that's gonna be problematic. Because it's already arrayed how I want it to be. And I would prefer to not have to move it again later. Also, all these have to be made into 10s as well, so this room was not set up for the deeper troughs, essentially. This whole thing is not arrayed correctly, to be fair. Should definitely go through and fix that. It's a real issue. I mean, in reality, I could probably just duplicate the same setup. This thing is actually way off kilter. Look at how off kilter it actually is, right? If you look, the how far the door is right here versus the thing, like the room itself is not terribly set up, but the door itself is way off. It ain't gotta be. I could move it if I felt like it. One of the best things about this is this eliminates one of the problems I had with trying to figure out what I was going to do with one of the rooms. Right? Because I just have a purpose now for it. I don't care anymore. And to get rid of a garbage hallway, because hallways suck. Hallways are no bueno. For sure. Apparently I didn't grab the other thing. Fair enough. Oh, when I was experimenting with speeding up the music while keeping the same tempo. At one point, I was going to have the music speed up when you were in combat and then go back to being normal the rest of the time. But the reality is I only really had like 2 different forms of the music, and it just kind of would swap between them, and that didn't really play very well. It wasn't very cool or anything. For sure. I'm gonna do this thing where I select all these. Set to 10 and then set this here. That should fix the whole room. I wish I built the building a little better. Everything's kind of off kilter. Just not that nice. No.
Hello there.
Hey Lepus, how's it going? I'm breaking everything. Don't mind me. You okay Wednesday? Almost missed the stream. Oh my god. I don't know if I could have ever forgiven you, jeez. Imagine missing one of my streams. Do you have a life or something? That's weird. There's a life. Some people going outside. We don't go outside. Weird. I'm remaking everything. I don't know why I do this to myself. I'm so dumb. Their music? Yep. Same playlist that I never changed. I just have a million songs on it. It's hard to find things that they don't just copyright claim me for, even though I paid to use them. It's crazy. How annoying. One job, YouTube, and that's to not copyright claim me on the stuff I paid for. I'm sending crazy goop waves throughout the entire place. The goop must flow. It's important. Don't question it. Just accept that the goop must flow. Once you accept that, everything will make sense. I gotta change the size of these anyway. They made it so you could use the music in other engines. That was one of the things they did when they did that catastrophe that was like RPG Maker Unite. Or that was, I don't remember, the one for Unity that was trash. Because they're like, we're going to program it, but we're going to program it in Java and just somehow make it run emulated inside of Unity. I'm like, but why would you do this? And they're like, because derp. And I was like, okay, I walked into that one. Whenever anyone has something incredibly dumb to tell me, I just assume they're just derping at me. It saves a lot of time and effort. Good thing I copy and pasted this all over the place, right? So that it's completely off. Yeah, yeah. Anybody? Anybody? Oh. Gotta check. I mean, so it's loose. I'll send like 200 back then. Jeez. That's a lot. It's okay. I probably dropped it at least $1,000 on assets along the way. Like I say, a lot of that was for the other game that never happened, but you know, the disaster game. I have a better idea how I'd build that game this time. Yeah. Oh, RPG Maker. You were definitely a thing that people could use. That about sums it up. You were a thing people could use. Thankfully, I managed to save some people from that awful thing. Not everyone, sadly. Imagine thinking your game isn't going to succeed when you use a terrible engine in this day and age of just blatantly better stuff. Man. Good luck. Good luck. Seriously. Good luck. There's still people who think they will. That's adorable. I guess I should be building this direction first. I'll just make my life easier and just make this longer so then it matches and then I'll go to it. No, I don't know why anybody would ever disadvantage themselves doing game dev at this point. Like, there's just so much against you out there. It just seems crazy. You could not do that, and yeah. Might be better. I'm at 259 wish list. I need one more so I can change my stream titles. Yep. Change them every 5th one. Oh, it's a terrible business to go into. 100%. Like, you do it because for the love of the game. Every other reason is dumb. Do it for the love of the game or don't do it. Because if you do it for any other reason, like, there's just way better, more efficient ways to make money than this. This is terrible for that. But for the love of the game. Nothing dumber to go into be like streaming or something. For the learning process, I guess it's fair too. It could really help a lot of people. Maybe help a lot of people not make any money. Are we talking about the same game dev here? I mean, really? Are we? Pretty certain we can all agree that you don't usually make a lot of money doing it. That's fair. That being said, you know, I don't know. Does it really help people? Really? 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 Wait, how come these are so much lower? Well, it's good to know that's way off. I really should have built off of this room. I don't know what I was smoking. My life would have been so much easier if I just done that. Well, these are all taller, higher up too. Why did I do this to myself? All these are at negative 62. And these are at 24. All those are at 247, I guess. Wait. Oh. Negative 24. Guess I didn't select these. I don't know, I'm over in California, so the money I need to make here is nuts. You want to live here? And with like all the deals and everything like that, I have like set up so I can avoid spending money. I gotta make a lot. Ugh. I haven't sitting too much lately. I'm getting the exercise I'm supposed to. Can move all these to negative 24, I guess. Match them up. Is that what we're doing? I guess there's no reason not to do that, right? No, because that puts them higher up. That's not good at all. Ooh, am I going to lower everything down in this room? Is that a thing? I might have to. I put fake floors everywhere to make my life a little easier. Hate me. And I gotta raise everything up for that. But if I had fake floors here, I could take this scoop and put it farther down. This scoop the same. This one's smaller. Oh, 77. This is like. It's much deeper. Like 3.5 and then 41 is what it's at. So if I did that. Here I got lazy, and instead of doing a bunch of different rooms, all I did was put one giant divot in the room and then just put in floors where I wanted. And maybe that's what I should do. Like maybe I really should just have a giant divot and then I just put in a new floor wherever I want the floor. A floor on top of it, so then I don't have to worry about these channels being perfect. It's just literally the whole thing is set up. And I just make floors after. That's not a bad idea, actually. Then I get to have these crazier, nicer floors. They're not dilapidated, but I might come with a dilapidated metal material at some point. Not a bad idea. And I just have holes between them, so this all the floors are just that. Build the floor. That's what I did in Twinmaker's Workshop. Same thing, same setup. Maybe all these ones should be like this. So that weird wood. It's too nice though, all this stuff here. In this room I expect to be nice, but these other ones, I don't know why they'd be that nice, to be honest. Yeah, maybe that's the right call. But then these are also kind of high up. Well, I guess it's a little high on the door here, too. Even here. There's a lot of decisions I made with this that are kind of awkward. Like now this is tall. So when this door opens, it like opens awkwardly. Yeah, that's terrible. Look at that. The entire thing is at a different height than this one room. Really? I have questions. So 3.7 and the 41, so 3.37, right? 3.75. So in reality, it should be that height. Which honestly, having it a bit lower in the thing, it makes a lot of sense anyway. And then I'm just going to pick the same height for these and just restructure this room, I guess. I just didn't think about it, but... Well, those four just aren't in here yet. They should just be in there so I don't have to keep doing this side separately. Now I can just select one of them and select them all. And then this reminds me of a much smaller version of when I had to merge all the levels together. And they were like at different heights. Like everything was at a different height than each other. The rooms didn't match up at all. I put the levels on top of the same spots. Nothing matched. I had to restructure a whole bunch of stuff in the rooms adjoining the chapters because of that. It was pretty bad. I was not a huge fan. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. That's kind of what's happening here. Gotta do what I gotta do. Everything gotta be moved down. They should all have been part of the waterway thing, I think. I could just make a special link for it too. Maybe around 62? I don't know if this is actually the same height. No, most certainly not. I was guessing. Like, this is gonna work? No? Okay. Everyone's the last one, so let's select this one. Down. And that should solve this problem. Now these will match up. Kind of important. Now we want to move everything. Yeah, I think I am just going to turn this into one giant thing everywhere instead of a bunch of them, and then just add little bits of like land or something. It just seems better to me than the other strategy I was doing. Too many of these stupid little things. Well, actually, I gotta keep these side ones that go through the thing, but they don't gotta be that big. I guess to be fair, I could do like 3 of them, or just do one for the whole room, and then just 4 little ones going in and out. That's probably fine too. I just create floors everywhere. Sounds kind of weird anyway. Whatever gets it done the easiest way possible. Because if I do it this way, I can add in all these floors later and make changes. Otherwise, I got to redo the whole freaking floor for this section. I do not want to do that. I've already had to redo it once, actually a couple times, but I didn't have a bunch of channels in it either. I mean, it was way lighter than the original lighting system. Now with mega lights, I don't know. Like it might be heavier. Hard to say. That used to be the way it preferred it, for sure. This'll work. I just put the goop under everything. There was like a bunch of extra brushes I don't need anymore. Well, not really a bunch, but there's some. Yeah, giant planes in the room to give more light. Had geometry. Fair. I mean, missing materials are cool. Like, the only downside of missing materials is they don't cast light on the player. That's it. Like they don't cast. Sorry, the player doesn't cast a shadow off of them. So, if, like back in UE 5.4, or was it 5.3? Right, I think it's 5.4. I ended up switching to emissive because the FPS was so bad. And I actually had to put a point light specifically on Poppet, and that just cast like a fake shadow with her to make up for the fact that emissives wouldn't cast any form of shadow. And the shadow was always off. It wasn't a good shadow at all. It was just better than nothing. For sure. Well, there you go then. Perfect. You don't got to cast a shadow on the player. Emissives are amazing. That's it. Not sure how much longer the stream's gonna go, but yeah, something out for me. I don't specifically got to be up that early. I got to be somewhere at like 4 or something. What happens is I fall asleep for a few hours, then I wake up and stream because I just can't sleep. So then I end up tired again because I'm like, going, whoa, you know, I didn't really sleep that long. Well, I know what I could do to make this easier on myself. Because I'm just going to go across the entire room anyway. Why'd I keep that one? I need to delete the other one. 51 seems better. 49 seems bad. Probably 51. I think about my game all the time randomly. And I got lots of stories going in my head at all times, so, you know. Not always just this game going on, but I definitely spend a lot of time thinking about things that I probably shouldn't. Yeah, I should have done this to start with because now it tells me exactly where it needs to be. It didn't need to be this long, but at all. I try to keep the same overarching world for purposes of the story and everything. Make a lore for it and everything. Have characters wandering around doing things in it. I just don't see much point in having, you know, a bunch of different worlds, because then I gotta sit there and constantly make them, you know, work. And I gotta keep adding all this stuff to them, and then I gotta, you know, introduce them to people, make everything exactly, you know, fitting for that world. And it's just like, but what if I just have one world, then the lore is just consistent across the world. Good system, really. Like this. The other game was happening just across the city, though I have a timeline for everything for when stuff happens, and it happens after. What is the timeline? I moved everything by a bunch of, you know, by 30 years because of the assets I had available. Yeah. I have it 1929 at this point. Plus, I could push it back a little bit, maybe. Like 1931 would be the next game happened. Plus, I'd push them back some, though. I don't know. I keep thinking about it. Because originally they were like, you know, late 1800s. Like more Victorian era. And this is more like Edwardian. But again, just the assets I have available just don't quite match what I would like. For sure. But it's possible I move it back a little bit. I don't want to get into the World War I era terribly because, you know, that's just drab and not fun at all. I don't like that. Always been an era that I found to be not very enticing. I mean, different worlds. So I just kind of want to go with something like that. Actually, it's after Edwardian at that point. I have to look. I keep moving things there because, like, mostly it's the materials available for stuff. How widespread things would have been. They'd even have that material. But again, if it's your own fictional world, I guess you don't have to worry that much about that, and that's fair. The argument rages on, for sure. Any one of you. I could have like horse toys and everything like that if I really want to do that. I don't really want to do horse toys. I don't want to do anything that's not on two legs because I don't want to animate that. I just don't. I really don't. Hear me out on this one. That sounds awful. But here I just got that. It matches that and then I don't have to do anything extra. Sure. Like, I don't know where you want to do that to yourself, but there's like a million animations for humanoid characters, and there's like not many for like horse characters. Plus I can do cars, and cars are super easy to animate instead, because you don't have to do anything. And you can blow them up, little car toys. And that's just fun. Like, why wouldn't you want to blow up car toys? I mean, I could do something like Legend of Korra or something where they had a bunch of tech that isn't normally in steampunk. But it got the job done. Maybe not the mechs and other crap like that. That was obviously lame as hell, but maybe automobiles, steampunk automobiles. I mean, because they actually had cars all the way back in the 1800s. They weren't very nice, for sure, but they did have cars back then. Some of the early cars were not terribly dissimilar from just a horse-drawn carriage, but instead with a really crappy motor in them, and they did not look enjoyable to be in at all. On the other hand, they also didn't go very fast, so that probably helps a lot. If you're going 10 miles an hour, the car ain't gotta be that nice. For sure. Just cars. How early is the earliest car? Oh. Okay, well, if you can believe Wiki, which I don't know if you can, but hear me out on this one. Someone built a clockwork-driven carriage back in 1672. But we usually think Ford Model T for the earliest cars like that. practical car, 1886 for gasoline powered. Yeah. So actually, I could technically have cars back then, but if you like for the Ford Model T, it would have been later for sure. Horseless carriages, yeah. Ford Model T, actually 1913. Maybe the game could happen a little earlier. Sure. But I mean, the clockwork thingy, maybe I gave us in the 1600s all along. Now, the other game moved a whole bunch of eras. I think it started more medieval at first, and then I realized I hate medieval stuff. I'm just bored of it. Yeah. Ford made a car that people could easily adopt, and it was cheap. So, Ford usually did pretty good on that one. Yeah, I might play around with the years that this happens in. A lot of it's just tech. My goal was to have it happen much earlier than it does currently. Gotta work with what I got, yeah? For this one here, I just think it's unnecessary to have 2 copies of these. That would be my utopian version of this, where everything was so much bigger, and then there's the reality version of this, where everything is a size that might actually get done. So much of my game was very utopian for a bit there. I've since come to my senses. For sure. Close enough. This doesn't stick out as far as that one. I kind of want it to stick out a little farther, so maybe I stick with that. What is going on? Do we, like, you do weird stuff. Why do you rotate it up? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I've been playing around with it and just everything about the game. Whatever would make it functional for what I got. No more utopian anything. Just, hey, this is what I can come up with that actually work. Fantastic. Oops. Oops. I'm probably gonna run this pathway over the top of the center one here. And then just block out the rest of it. This room's more interesting than a hallway and a bunch of tiny little rooms. Not perfect, but you know, whatever. I'll be happy once I get these done so I don't have to continuously deal with brushes everywhere, slowing my game down. All doesn't even fit. And potentially I could just move the wall farther over. The whole thing could move farther over and I could just have a bigger hallway. I could have 4 and then put the door in the center of it. Not a bad idea. Grabbing this door thing is hard. Close to the confessional or something sounds. More ominous, I suppose. You like ominous. I have to do a bunch of these ones for the holiday animations. It's gonna be tough. You need the most. Well, I guess it only needs 3. One for this direction, then one for this one here, and then one up here to cover the room infos for it. For the actual story, files prepare for taxes. No, we didn't sell thing yet. Weird. This is why I didn't start a business yet. Because I didn't want to have to deal with tax stuff. For things I'm not even making money on. Yeah. Yeah, hear me out on this one. Seems like a lot of work. Almost like this weird wood better than I like the strange dirt wall. It's not gonna be started though. It's not gonna be started anymore. Fair. It's definitely one less thing to worry about for sure. About pumpkin time here where like that. Yeah, the issue, open two businesses, they ask tax stuff, are making money, they close them. It's fair. I deal myself as a sole proprietor, but taxes in every location is different, so I can't offer any advice on anywhere else besides here. And even then, my advice here isn't even that good, so, you know. I know what works for my business, and I don't have a business for game dev yet. Wow. I guess I work as a sole proprietor, so technically I am my own business. But if you do business under your own name here, then you don't have to file any kind of fictitious stuff, and you just kind of file it with your taxes. Otherwise, well, it gets really complicated. Because they don't really want businesses to succeed, they prefer you fail, so. I don't know why, they just prefer you fail. For any money, still don't find it? I do, it's called Magic Cards. Hear me out on this one. Magic Cards. They're great. They're not taxable. They don't tax Magic Cards. You just don't Magic Cards. You can move them around all you want. Good system. 10 out of 10. This is more what I was thinking, and then I just create floors along the way, and I just have a setup that's more connecting like this. This has to go farther over. Or this hole in the wall is where it needs to be. Yeah, I'm thinking more of this setup, smaller ones of these. More like this size. But yeah, I highly recommend non-taxable assets. Because then you can just, you know, have them. You can move them around. That's why people buy paintings, right? Because, like, when you sell something, there's a tax on it, but there's no tax in owning a painting, right? So rich people can then move huge amounts of money around in the forms of these paintings that are millions of dollars. Yeah, but, you know, there's no... It's not like owning a house or something where you have to continuously pay taxes on the house. You don't got to pay taxes on a painting you own. For an LLC, because doing international transactions quite difficult when you own two people. Yeah. I forgot how many thousands of dollars it takes to start an LLC in California. You also need two people. Since I'm not two people, this poses a problem. Hear me out on this one. If I was two people, it'd be a different story. Not two people. No. Do I care about having this here? I mean, maybe. I just want to make it take the whole thing now. In the future, because of California, I hope to identify as two people, and therefore I can have my own LLC. So you can do a single member LLC. You can hear, but myself and earlier, Mark, so why signs everything? No. In California, you cannot do a single member. Over there, maybe, yeah, but to be fair, laws aren't the same. So, I ain't gonna pretend to know anything about over there. No point in trying to pretend that, 'cause I don't know. Nah, man, I don't know. It's okay, I don't see much point in an LLC anyway. Taxes are very expensive. The fees are very expensive. All of it's very expensive. I don't think you gain enough from an LLC to make that worth the time. I could be wrong. But I don't quite understand the tax differential anyway, so it's like kind of debatable that it's worth my time. Yeah. I don't got a lot of money. I mean, I got some money. I'm not like poor or anything, but I don't got a lot, and I would prefer to not spend it on that if possible. I'd rather spend it on my game. For sure. I think I want to... Do I want to go this far out? Maybe. So I guess I come from this one then, because it's probably the right one. Hard to say. Yeah, I'm just going to delete this, just in the way of what I'm working on. It really wasn't until game dev that I had to be all that public with my business. It kind of sucks. There's a lot of things I didn't want to do. Being public is not really my favorite idea. I also didn't really want to be well known or anything. I wasn't looking for fame. That's why it's funny that I was streaming and all that. It's just like, wow, this is not the original plan at all. I liked being anonymous. But I also would like my game to be picked up by people, so one must change plans as necessary. The XP kind of mouse, keep the company on spawn. Fair. The thing is that if you become an influencer in your own right, then everything you make automatically has a greater chance of success. I mean, I'm not really much of an influencer for sure. I'm terrible at it because I apply myself to it. I don't really care that much. But it's better than someone who's just completely unknown who's like, okay, well, I'm going to, you know, release my game, and you have to get other people to advertise it. Now at least I know enough people who will advertise it for me that there's some value in what little influence I have. And that's kind of the thing. If you want to be successful, it's not about your product being good, it's about people knowing about your product, to be honest. I'm definitely thinking this is the strat. And then I just start putting more of these things places so it's easier to keep track of things. I'll make some fresh ones, sure, but for now I'm just kind of placing them in places to get an idea of what's going on. That's actually worse than probably just doing the others. True. Something along these lines here. Yeah, I just have these kinds of rooms. Yeah, there's too many of them. Famous game librarian. Here are cheap copies of it already. Got money. I don't know who they are. No. Why am I not just making brushes of this? It saved myself so much time and effort. These aren't the right size. I know they aren't. Nice. I thought I'd selected this, but I guess not. I did. I thought it did. Yeah, as long as you have some means of advertising or your game just gets picked up by streamers and everything like that, you'll do fine. But if you want your game to get picked up by streamers, it has to be a game that's made for content. Not the game you want to make, the game that streamers can stream to make a bunch of money off of by making their own content off of it. That's how you get money off that. So if you don't do that, then you're not going to do very well. With a lot of like story-driven games and everything, it's just hard to get people to play them. We're making original games still sell. Make some copies of other games. Things like that. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do in that. But a lot of people like a very specific type of game, and it's so funny because they always, you know, show up in here and they try to push me to make the type of game that they really want to play, which is the exact same clone of the same game, and then they complain games aren't original. Well, if you want people to make a clone of the game you're already playing, it's never going to be original, buddy. Like, well, why isn't this mechanic? Well, it's not one of those kinds of games. How come it doesn't have multiplayer? Well, it's a Metroidvania. It's terrible for multiplayer. You're just like, okay. But most people play the same crap. You'd be surprised how often they just play the same garbage. You're like, okay, cool. Neat. How thick are these even? I don't even know. Not very. That's super. Oh, I'm definitely gonna be giving out free keys to all the content people for sure. Why wouldn't I do that? It'd be crazy not to. I guess if you just hate yourself, you could not do that, but definitely do that. It's just advertising money effectively. That's what you're doing. If you're not advertising your product, then you're never going to sell. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. It's like, well, if it's not going to sell if I don't advertise, I better hurry up and advertise, huh? That one must have been really thin. 8.1? Maybe it's liquidating underneath the whole thing? Maybe. That's probably about where it should be. As I was saying last time, I'm going to show my clients my game. They asked me if I'm going to add cars, steal. Yeah. Exactly, Levi. Exactly. I had people asking if I was going to add various, like, you know, humans into the game, and it's like, why would I do that? It's about toys and everything like that. Yeah. Like, They just want the same game over and over, and then they're upset that all the games are the same. Of course they are. You want the same game. Yep. Too often. What we have here. And now if you make a game that's completely, you know, unique, because you can make a unique game for sure. You know, you're going to have a harder time selling to an audience because it's just like with the YouTube algorithms. It's people like the same games. They like the same crap because most people are, you know, retarded sheep. The same ones you can watch, you know, YouTube short, you know, TikTok. And, you know, it just feeds them the same slop, and as long as it's part of the same category, they're happy. Games are no different. People play the same crap over and over, and when they are forced to play something different, there's a good chance they will not like it. But when you strive to be unique, as they say, being unique does not necessarily make you useful. If you only play the same 4 games, Madden, GTA Basketball, GTA, Call of Duty, yep. Action clips, oh yeah. And the worst part is, you know, people watch them. I'll see people complain about that crap, and then they'll still watch them, and it's like, well, if you don't like it, stop watching them. They'll stop existing. Nope. Okay. Don't be upset when they're still around, because what you're watching. It's also why I can't stand YouTube most time, because it's just the same thing, and I don't want to watch the same thing. I've already watched something, so there's no point in watching it again. Or watching someone else's take on the same thing or whatever. I don't care. I should be a reaction channel to all the game dev things that I see. It's awkward. But most of the time, YouTube just rewards content. Kind of same thing with Steam, but not as much. Because in Steam, it's still buyer preference, but, you know, if your game is the kind of thing that someone's already looking for, like it's part of a bunch of categories, then you're going to find more people who like that. Like, lots of people like crafting games. People crafting your game, you're going to attract a whole bunch of people. You desperately demand a unique game that is the same game. Happens. So basically I'm playing a dangerous game here. Wasting a lot of time on a game that might not actually have an audience. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Kind of square with that at this point. If it doesn't have an audience, it ain't got an audience. Hope it does. That would be nice. No, I didn't waste all this time. But I mean, tried and true formulas are so good. You know, you already know something's going to work. I could have just done levels. Like, what if I just did levels? How much easier would my life have been? Quite a bit, I imagine. But instead, I didn't. Huh. I made a lot of decisions that were like, well, I could do this, but then I didn't. And it's like, oh. Huh. That was probably a bad choice, honestly. If you want to get technical, it's pretty bad. Oh well. Is what it is. Like, one of the things I could have done is I could have just made this an Alice in Wonderland game. What if I just named Poppet Alice? Like, what if I'd done that? And I just said this was like some sort of Alice in Wonderland meets Jack the Ripper. How many more people would I have gotten to play the game purely on that alone? Can I just answer any questions? People will think that why are they playing this? I don't know. That's. I mean, it looks like your game fits the Gosh, what is that game? Main source engine. And it spends all its time messing with you. Oh. I don't remember the name of the game. I was like, wait a second. The Stanley Parable, there we go. Yeah. I should make certain this matches. Oh. Didn't clone it. Yeah, I mean, you know, looks like your game fits that genre of people. And it might be good for streamer reactions for all I know. Hard to say. God, it's already 8 o'clock. Probably head off to sleep soon here. That's late. I gotta stop breaking things and then my game will be much better for it, for sure. What is going on here? Why is there an extra? I don't know what this is. Wait, why is this tall? I'm gonna delete it, see what happens. Oh, it's a whole wall. Oh. I guess I redid that wall, huh? 8 in the morning. That's late. I say I tend to sleep a few hours and then wake up and then stream because I just can't sleep. And right now I'm thinking that maybe, just maybe, I should probably get some sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna probably call it here. I should be back tomorrow night to do exactly the same thing. Continue working on this. Maybe a little early, maybe a little later. You never know with me. Whenever I just wake up and can't sleep, it's like, alright. Might as well do something with my time. Rather than just lay in bed. Pretend like because I'll lay there for like an hour and fail sleeping and I'm just sad. And I don't want that. Nobody likes that. That's terrible. Yes. Anyway, thanks for hanging out and chatting. Thanks, Madeline, good sir, and Levi. Lepis. Well, thanks, only good sir. I definitely sleep much better when I sleep in smaller increments. Catch you later, Levi. And I will see everyone tomorrow. Anyone who's bored, anyway. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes. Yes.